Give me a sec. What the fuck even? Oh my god. YouTube, why? So I can't change my thumbnail if I have used a custom thumbnail on YouTube Live. Okay, let me check this shit real quick. Oh my god, why is it ass? I think it's insane that you have to do this. So let me do this real quick. Oh my god. Wait, so I have to go to manage? The stream can be accessed again. Exiting will not end the stream if it is currently live. Yes. Schedule stream. Doesn't matter. I have to set a date. Upload custom thumbnail. Hold on. Wait, what? Huh? Does this shit even work? But huh? You didn't even press anything though. So you just press schedule stream and he said upload custom thumbnail. You take this and I want to change. Yeah, I just want to delete the thumbnail. I don't get how this works. Also, hold on. This is weird, bro. This is weird. Live stream on YouTube without showing your face. I'll change live stream thumbnail. Oh my god. They might show it though. They might just show the
करना है यहाँ पे
process.
ये एक अलग सिंबल आएगा लाइव का, तो इस पर क्लिक करना है हम लोग को। तो एक कंट्रोल लाइव कंट्रोल्स खुल जाएगा, तो इसमें 3 डॉट पे क्लिक करके डेस्कटॉप में जाना है।
Oh, this is horrible. How to change your thumbnail? I just want to get rid of it.
Do you want to know how to make your YouTube live stream thumbnails go? Need to be low and go to your YouTube. It's gonna show, and then you pick. Just make sure that you hit it's not for kids. Save. So now this is the thumbnail that viewers will see if they see your live stream.
Oh. This is ass. How to remove thumbnail from on YouTube. YouTube live streaming tutorial.
Would you like to know how to upload a thumbnail on YouTube for live streaming?
No, I want to know how to delete a thumbnail. Face custom thumbnail problem in YouTube Studio. Bro, this is ass. This is mega ass. Alright, give me a chance to fix this real quick. Delete YouTube live thumbnail. Upload a new image or select an auto-generated one. I can't. I can't select an auto-generated one. Use Ask Studio to get suggestions on custom thumbnails. Ask. What is an Ask Studio? Oh my god, it's an AI powered YouTube thing. Let's make a fucking thumbnail real quick then. I can do it. I can fucking do it. New pop. I'ma pull one of Dota 2. Lego of Legon. Grab this. Pull these over. This is too small. Way too small. Gonna look for another one. See if I can. Yeah, this one works. Bigger, very dark though. This one looks like ass. This looks like complete ass. Leak. pick whatever looks the nicest, I guess. Better? I can probably do just I'll probably slash this. I also need to place it properly. See if I can do. This is a pen tool. Pop, pop. No. 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 Wait, what? Is this what I want? Looks like ass. But it's a stream thumbnail, so I don't know if I maybe I look for a different picture. Maybe this. That kind of looks good. It's a little bit cluttered though. Little bit too much. This one kinda nice. This kinda small. Kinda very small. I see one picture that kind of looks good. I guess this is fine, but is this? I need this to be gone. This feels a bit too weeby for me though. Yeah, a bit too weeby. I think the previous one's better. I can probably just do like a text. Why so tiny? The fuck? This this up. Split this. Try to find an angle that works. I think this is fine. I gotta fix this auto-generated thumbnail bullshit. I didn't know it was this hard for to change thumbnails on YouTube. I just never thought of it that way. God damn. Okay, so export this shit. Let me just thumbnails. Lego. Alright, I gotta change thumbnail to one that is not NTE. Alright, it is done. Shit thumbnail, but it is what it is. This is for a live stream. It's just to replace whatever I had on. I didn't know it was this difficult to fucking change a thumbnail on YouTube Live for whatever reason. I don't even know. But that being said, I have tried looking for a proper guide to watch first. I don't even know what's good and what's not. I think the best way to approach this is I definitely should kind of just learn the general sense of what League is compared to Dota. There's not a lot of guides that show Dota players transitioning to League, whereas there is a lot of freaking players from League hopping over to Dota. So yeah, it is mostly just I need to learn what the general roles are, and beyond that I guess it's mostly just the champions, which is probably gonna be really difficult because there's a lot of freaking champions and a lot that I can't play because I don't have them. But this guide is 43 minutes. My goodness. Watch this before. I have never played League, so I don't really know what there is to actually learn from. Like, you see a lot of this, right? You see a lot of swapping to Dota 2, but you never see Dota players swapping to League. Some of them do, they'll try it for like a couple of months. I know there's pro games going on right now, but watching pro games is not gonna fucking help me at all. I guess we'll start with this, because I do not know. Playing League of Legends, the complete beginner's guide to League of Legends in 2026.
League of Legends has changed a lot over the years, and in 2026, it is now looking better and more accessible than ever before, with additions like Roll Quest, the ability to move with WASD, and tons of other great improvements, with many designed specifically to help out new and returning
Middle guy on the right look like the second guy.
players. There really has never been a better time to finally give League a try. But even then, jumping into a game like League can really feel overwhelming without the right help. So today, whether you're completely new or you're coming back after a long break, this particular guide is really going to get you up to speed with everything that you need to know step by step. But first, we're SkillCap. For over a decade, we've helped millions of players just like you get started and improve at League of Legends. And for 2026, we are excited to introduce our newly updated beginner courses, breaking down and expanding on many of the core concepts that are going to be covered in this video into bite-sized lessons that you're
Brother, if I... No.
actually going to understand from day one. No confusing terms, no assuming that you know things, just clear, practical advice.
They're selling these courses like, assuming they're selling these courses. I don't know how much they're charging for it, but they're selling these courses like those YouTube gurus that claim they have millions of views across all social media, selling courses on how to succeed on YouTube. When you look at their channels and they only have like 5K subscribers or something.
That you can use to get an advantage in your very first games, designed to set you on the right track and acting as the perfect entry point into the rest of our world-class content, including our Bronze to Diamond series, where we take brand new players and we guide them all the way to Diamond using nothing but our courses, so you can see exactly what it takes to improve. So whether you're just starting out or you're looking to climb faster than everyone else this season, check out the exclusive one-time beginner discount link, risk-free today,
discount link.
Below.
Oh
Now,
my
League
God.
of Legends is everywhere, from hit TV shows, sold-out esports events, to iconic songs and music videos. It's literally the biggest game in the world for a reason. But what actually is League of Legends? Well, League is what we would call a MOBA, and that's short for multiplayer online battle arena.
I can skip this.
Nexus. And that right there is the primary objective of every single. Understand the overall objective of every game. We can really start to break things down step by step here. First up, the best place for any new player to start is the League tutorial. In fact, you don't have much of a choice, as the game is going to force you to do it. This is split into 3 different parts, helping you get used to moving around, using abilities, and buying items. But even then, there's still a lot that it leaves out. So strap in, we're going to do a quick rundown of the basics together here. Each champion in League of Legends has 4 abilities.
This Winter fucking Wyvern, what the fuck?
Which for point and click are by default set to Q, W, E, and R. Don't worry, we're going to cover WASD a little bit later in the course. Then on top of that, you have a passive skill that usually ties your champion's whole kit together in one way or another. For abilities that need to be aimed, holding the key is going to show you the ability's range and the direction it's going to travel. For targeted abilities, holding the key instead shows a circle, letting you know how close you need to be in order to use it. And then you can simply aim or put your cursor on that target and let go of the bind to fire the ability. You then have 2 extra spells called summoners, which you can select at the start of every game. You won't have all these unlocked when you first start out, but they're basically just extra abilities that you can use at any point during the game, which are, by default, bound to D and F. And I say pick, but basically one of those is almost always going to be Flash once you unlock it, which Flash lets you blink a short distance on a very long cooldown. And then for the other...
here's the difference between League and Dota, like a major difference. We almost always have a blink skill on anyone in Dota. If you don't have a blink skill, you would probably buy Blink Dagger, just to have an easier option to reposition yourself in case you need to, like cast spells, just be in the right place at the right time. But League is like, you have that every, what, 2-3 minutes? Like it's on cooldown. It's gonna be like that is probably one of the hardest parts
on the map after a short channel, a damage over time spell called Ignite, a heal for you and an ally, a shield, a speed increase called Ghost, and Exhaust, which slows the target and makes them deal less damage for a short period of time. Oh, and there's also Smite. Now, you automatically get assigned this when playing the jungle role, but more on that in just a little bit. Now, as for the rest of the HUD and controls, below your abilities are your health and mana bars, your current level, and XP bar, which is this right here. Each champion on Summoner's Rift starts at level 1, with the exception of Swift Play, where you're going to instead be level 3. Every time you're near a minion or a champion that dies, or...
I'm guessing Swift Play is League's turbo, except turbo already lasts like the same length as an average League game, so I don't know how long Swift Play lasts.
Jungle camp, you're gonna gain experience. With every level you advance, you gain extra passive stats, and more importantly, a skill point, which you can then place in either your Q, W,
probably a good
or
place
E
to
either
train
unlock or
hero
improve
knowledge
your
or
abilities.
champion
Now, if you're not
knowledge.
sure what to level, don't worry about that. League does make it pretty dang obvious. The recommended ability is just gonna start flashing when you gain a level, and you can confidently put your point there as a beginner. Now, your ultimate, which is your R, works just a little bit bit differently, and it can't be unlocked until you reach level 6, and can then be improved at levels 11 and 16. To the left of your abilities is your character panel, which shows things like your attack damage, ability power, and defenses. You can also switch this panel to another page that shows your runes and how much they've contributed that game by clicking this button here. But really, as a new player, this information just really isn't that important yet, so we're going to recommend just hiding it for now and reduce the screen clutter and just keep things really, really simple. Now, to the right of your abilities, you have your inventory. This is where any items that you purchase from the shop are going to end up. Now, there are a few ways to bring up the shop.
I think I don't need to
Base. After all of
look at
that,
this.
just press B to recall. After a brief channel,
Yeah.
almost everything from allied to enemy champions to turrets, objectives, jungle camps, and even minions. For any new player trying to watch that minimap all while learning how to move, fight, use abilities, man, it's just ridiculously overwhelming to say the least. And that's
fine.
Improve over time with that without you even having to think about it. Anyway, past that, above the minimap, you can see your team along with their level, their health, their mana, and cooldown of their ultimate ability displayed by this green orb. Now, above that, you can check when dead enemy champions are going to be
You know, we have this in Dota, and I think half the players don't even know. It's below your hero portrait, and I think it's a diamond shape. When you have your ult, it glows a color. I forgot which color it glows. It's been a year since I touched Dota, so it's been a while. But a lot of players don't actually know that.
Spawning in their fountain. Then in the top right, you have the kills of both teams. Your kills, assists, and deaths, and your creep score, or CS for short, which is just how many minions you've killed. Then lastly, the in-game timer. To bring up the in-game scoreboard, you're going to hit tab. This is going to enable you to track the KDA, the CS,
Same shit.
and the items of both your own and the opposing team. Enemies will only update though if they're currently on vision. Otherwise, they're going to be displayed as a question.
Ah, fuck, items as well. Ooh, that's something I have to learn.
Tab also shows you a load of other information, like how many objectives you have, as well as when they're all spawning, but again, more on that later. So as for moving around the Rift, you have two options, either using point and click or the brand new WASD. Let's start with the default point and click first. To move around, it's all done with right click. All you have to do is click the floor to issue a movement command, or even click the minimap to travel longer distances. Then to attack using your champion's basic attack, you again just right click on the target. To swap to WASD, you're going to want to hit escape in-game and then under keybinds, select keyboard. Now bear in mind with this is currently disabled in ranked play, but Riot has stated it should go live in ranked games later this year. Now, once you enable it, in order to move around, you're going to instead be able to use WASD. Right-click will replace Q to your first ability, and left shift will replace your W. Also, your first summoner will be replaced with Q. Then, in order to use your champions... Alright, now that you know how to move around and have a basic understanding of the HUD, the next thing to cover is roles. Before you queue up any games, you are going to be asked to choose 2 roles out of the 5 that are available. Your first choice is your primary role, and the game's going to try to place you there whenever possible. The role you pick determines where you play on the map, and it also influences the types of champions that you're usually going to see or play in that position. So, starting off with top lane. Top is a 1v1 lane, where to survive, you're going to need to be on a champion that is very, very self-sufficient and can hold their own, typically falling into one of 3 archetypes. Tanks that are built to soak up damage and act as the team's front line. They're great at engaging fights, protecting teammates, or locking down enemies, while still dealing some respectable damage.
Same
Juggernauts,
concept.
which are like the bruisers and fighters of the Rift, bring in a mix of high damage and durability, but at the cost of mobility. And then skirmishers. These are champions that excel in 1v1s or smaller scale fights, often making them strong split pushers that want to fight away from the rest of the map and focus on taking structures over all that team fighting.
Dive them in tower like this.
Next on the list is mid lane. Mid puts you right in the center of everything, which means you can get to any part of the map quickly. Now, unlike top or bot lane, mid is a much shorter and much safer lane. Because of this, the type of champions usually played here are things like mages or casters, champions that deal high amounts of burst damage but are typically squishy and immobile, needing the safety of the shorter mid lane to survive. You'll also even occasionally find assassins in mid lane too. These specialize in taking out squishy champions, and they love to be in the center of the map on that mid lane to roam to other lanes and look for cheeky kills. Now, then there's bot lane. If you enjoy playing
That's the hard part, right? Even in Dota, you have to determine when the best timing is to actually go gank on either lanes. Mostly is when you have your ults, but it's really hard to decide.
Or a duo,
Especially in
then
a game
bot
like
lane
this,
is
I don't
gonna be
really
the
know.
lane for you. The meta in bot lane revolves around having one carry champion known as an ADC, which is just short for attack damage carry, and that's paired with a support, all playing together in a 2v2. Now, as the carry, or ADC, your job is exactly what it sounds like, to carry. These types of champions, they're known as marksmen, and they start off weak in the early game, and then they scale massively as the game continues to go on, eventually providing their team with the main source of consistent damage output that tends to come from their basic attacks rather than their abilities. But to get to that
What does the ADC stand for? AD carry, so it's ADC. What does it mean? Why is it called an AD? It's not attack defense, right? How? No. Why is AD carry called AD carry? Attack damage carry. Fucking, of course.
point, you're going to be heavily reliant on your lane partner, our support. Support is unique in the fact that rather than last hitting minions for gold, like every other player on your team, you gain it passively through your support item, with support champions typically providing more in the way of utility for the team than pure damage output, either through engaged supports that look to set up their team with powerful stuns, knockups, or hooks, or a more conventional support type called enchanters that focus on keeping their team alive and buffing their damage through various shields and heals. If you've played healers in other games, enchanters, they're going to feel really, really familiar. But besides supporting your team as a support players have another very, very important job: controlling vision. Aside from the free trinket ward everybody gets, supports gain extra wards through a unique item. Now we're going to break this down properly a little bit later. The most unique and diverse role out of all the roles is undoubtedly jungle. So instead of staying in the top, the mid, or the bot lane, the jungler plays in the space between them. And instead of killing minions, they earn their golden experience by clearing jungle camps, neutral monsters that are found in predetermined
Do this in Dota, you get low priority.
locations around the map. But jungle isn't only about farming camps. It's your job to also impact your lanes through what's known as ganking. You're going to hear this a lot in the League community. Ganking is essentially leaving the jungle to surprise enemies in their lane. And a big part of that role is managing your time. Spend too much time farming camps, and you're going to quickly become the reason your laners lose 1v1s. But if you're always ganking, you're going to end up under-leveled and low on gold yourself. But due to how diverse this role is, jungle has one of the widest champion pools in the game. As long as a champion can clear camps effectively, you can jungle. The most popular picks, though, are going to be the ones that bring something valuable to ganks, like crowd control or strong burst damage. But please, for the love of the teams that you're going to be playing with, and above all else, do keep in mind that everything that we just covered so far regarding roles is just a general guideline. While you are going to find that certain champs are much more common in certain roles, League gives you plenty of room to experiment. You can take ranged or mage champions top lane, play tanks or bruisers in the mid lane, try out
You experiment, your 4 other teammates are gonna just surrender.
mages in the bot lane, or even pick a more carry and damage focused support. That freedom and that room for experimentation is part of what makes League, well, League. And when you're ready to learn more about any of those roles, we have got you covered with complete courses on our website, chosen role chapters. But still on the topic of roles, there's one more system that ties directly into them, and that is Role Quests, which are a brand new addition for 2026. Now, depending on your chosen role, you're going to automatically receive a quest at the start of the game. You're going to be able to see this by mouse overing this icon right here on your HUD. You can also check the progress of your own and other players' quests by pressing tab. But don't stress too much about these, as they're designed to reward you over time for doing what you'd already be doing anyway. For example, top, mid, and ADCs will gain progress from killing towers, killing minions, or killing champions, doubled when in their assigned lane. Jungle progresses by killing jungle camps, and support progresses by dealing damage to turrets, champions, or helping their ADC last hit. With them
So it's kind of just
naturally completing around the 12
like
to 15 minute mark, depending on how
pass quests.
Now, as for the rewards, if you're brand new to this won't matter much yet, but returning players should know this. Top laners will gain access to a free teleport with a longer cooldown, or an enhanced teleport if they already took it as one of their chosen summoners. They also receive bonus experience throughout the game, and their level cap is increased to 20 instead of the standard 18. This gives top lane a natural level advantage, helping them stay relevant as a frontline split push or damage threat. Junglers are going to get massively enhanced movement speed while in the jungle, as well as an improved version of Smite. Mid laners, they receive a free boot upgrade for extra stats and extra movement speed, along with an empowered recall that has its cooldown reduced by kills and assists. ADC players receive a burst of gold, earn extra gold from minions and kills, and their boots, they no longer take up an inventory slot, allowing them to build an extra item in the late game, providing even more scaling. And lastly, the supports, they gain cheaper control wards, extra passive gold generation, and control wards no longer take up an inventory slot and can instead be used by pressing V by default. So, you doing all right so far? Now that you understand all the different roles, let's zoom out here, take a big picture, and
So
talk
you
about...
kind of just get bonuses, which we don't really get in Dota. Interesting. I guess, how do you... I guess it doesn't matter which hero you pick then, like which champion you pick then, because you already assigned the lane, and they'll just give it to you based on what lane, like what
where
role you're
everything
playing.
actually happens. The map itself and the objectives around it. Objectives come in many shapes and forms, from evolving purple void creatures to magical elemental dragons to just plain old turrets. But each one of them play a crucial role in helping you win the game. So let's start with the most common objective that you're going to interact with. That's going to be turrets. Each team has 11 turrets total. Every lane has 3 of them, known as the outer turret, the inner turret, and the inhibitor turrets. And then inside each base, there's going to be 2 protecting the nexus itself. Turrets are the main defensive structures on Summoner's Rift. They largely exist to just stop stronger champions from simply just walking into your lane and killing you on repeat. And in order to progress the game and advance down your opponent's lane, you're going to have to take down each and every turret one by one.
Yeah, turrets hurt
these
a lot
turrets,
more
they
than
attack
towers in
one
Dota.
unit at a time, which you'll see highlighted
You
by the
just
red
can't
targeting
dive
unit.
early,
The
I
first
don't
thing
think.
that enters that turret's range becomes the target until it dies or until it leaves the range. But there's one very important exception here that you need to know. If
You
you
click
damage
the
an
hero,
enemy champion
yeah.
while standing inside that turret's range, the turret will immediately switch to targeting you. Turrets also have what's known as plating, which is why the health bar looks just a little bit different. Turrets reward a substantial amount of gold, and that gold is split evenly between each of the 5 plates. This encourages players to push their lane, and
This I
ultimately
know.
will deal bonus damage, which all helps you break the plates faster. So to understand the rest of the turret hasn't been attacked for a while, and what it means is the first hit done to it will deal bonus damage, which all helps you break the plates faster. So to understand the rest of the objectives here, we need to talk about the jungle. We touched on this slightly when discussing roles, but the jungle is divided into 4 quadrants, with each team having their own side of the jungle. Each half of the jungle has 6 unique monsters: Gromp, wolves, blue buff, raptors, red buff, and Krugs. Then in each river, both at the top and bottom side, there's a scuttle crab. The only ones that you really have to care about here are the red and blue buffs and scuttle crab. Red and blue, when killed, provide combat buffs, which you can see under a champion, with red granting health regeneration and causing your attacks to slow, making ganking a whole lot easier, and then blue providing mana or energy regeneration, as well as lowering the cooldown of your abilities just a little bit. When the game starts, the jungler typically begins by killing their buff to help with the rest of their clear. Now, as the game moves forward and these monsters respawn, the buffs they drop will be left on the floor for another player to pick up. Now, onto the scuttle crab. These appear slightly later in the game, typically around
Are these buffs permanent?
the time that you clear the rest of your camps. And when it's killed, it creates an area that helps
Or
your
until you
team
die?
in 2 different ways. Providing an area that gives your team a speed boost when walking through it, as well as providing vision in the river. It's often one of the game's very first mini objectives that teams fight over, because both junglers, depending on their route, can end up at the same one. Now, when you look at the map itself, you can see exactly where each of these camps spawn, highlighted by these icons. And a tip for anybody looking to try out jungle is to click this button right here to the left of your minimap. This is going to highlight the camp on your minimap where you should start, along with what camp you should do next, making learning jungle, let's just say, a whole lot less intimidating. Anyway, let's get back to the big stuff here. If you look at the map, you're going to notice 2 special areas marked on opposite sides of the river. These mark the location of what's referred to as neutral objectives, epic monsters that require the help of multiple players on the team to secure in order to gain game-changing buffs. In the
So the
south, we have the dragon
Roshans.
pit. At the 5-minute mark, a special dragon appears right here for for
But it
both
gives
teams to fight
buffs?
over. It can be one of 6 different types, and a new one spawns
What the
every 5
fuck?
minutes after the previous one is killed. Each of them providing unique team-wide buffs that last for the entirety of the game, even persisting through death, making them an extremely high priority. Now, while you don't need to memorize all of the dragon's effects right away, that'd be kind of crazy, here's an idea of all the buffs and what they provide. Infernal grants your entire team bonus ability power or attack damage, Mountain provides resistances, and Cloud gives you movement speed. Then once the 3rd dragon of the game spawns, all future dragons will be that same element, and the map will change slightly to reflect that. For example, if it's the Mountain Drake, some extra rock formations are going to spawn. Most of these are pretty minor, but the most impactful is undoubtedly from the Hextech Drake, as when this happens, these little Hextech gates are going to spawn that you can use to get back on the map quicker or cross from one side to the
What
other.
the
You're able
hell?
to see which drakes your team has accumulated by hitting tab in-game. And once you've reached 4 dragons in total and fill up this bar right here, your team is going to then be rewarded with the Dragon Soul buff, a permanent version of that game's chosen elemental drake, providing a greatly enhanced version of its buff. For example, Infernal Soul is now going to cause your attacks and your abilities to explode around the target. Mountain is going to give you a shield, and Cloud Soul gives you even more movement speed, which is further increased when using your ultimate.
How often do people get all 4 dragon buffs? I don't assume it's a lot.
And so on and so forth.
I
On
assume
top of
games
these
just
additional
end.
effects, once one team claims that Dragon Soul, the Elemental Drakes will then be replaced with Elder Dragon. This is the game's most powerful objective, which grants the team that kills it an incredibly strong temporary power-up that increases damage and causes you to execute any enemy champion below 20%. Oftentimes, it's going to guarantee that that team is going to take the win in the next team fight. Anyway, while all that goes down on the bottom side of the map, up here on the top side, we have the Baron Pit. Here, 3 different neutral objectives.
What if the team that doesn't have the 4 dragons kill the Elder Dragon and get the execution buff? Is that like a comeback mechanic that
Spawn throughout the game.
is a viable
Void Grubs,
strat?
Herald, and Baron Nashor, all of which help your team push down lanes and destroy towers in various ways. Void Grubs spawn
Provided you
first
get it.
at 8 minutes, providing a fairly easy-to-take objective that grants the entire team a permanent buff that does additional damage to turrets and spawns these little voidlings. At 15 minutes, Void Grubs are then replaced with Rift Herald. Slaying this drops an item you can pick up and then use in order to summon a neutral monster you can jump inside and drive, enabling you to crash it straight into a turret, dealing bonus damage. Then, with Baron Nashor spawning much later into the game at the 20-minute mark. Now,
I have to
out of
see that
these
again.
this
I have to
side,
see that
item
again.
you- 15 minutes, Void Grubs are then replaced with Rift Herald. Slaying this drops an item you can pick up and then use in order to summon a neutral monster you can jump inside and drive, enabling you to crash it straight into a turret, dealing bonus damage. Then, with Baron Nashor spawning
What if it hits champions? What if it hits players?
much later into the game
Is that
at the
not a thing?
20-minute mark. Now, out of these 3, this is going to be the one that requires more or less your whole team to take down. And once it's killed, it grants your entire team gold and a temporary buff, lost on death, and that increases your damage and empowers your recall. More importantly, though, when you're around allied minions with this buff, it's going to empower them, causing them to deal more damage and take a lot less, which makes it very common for teams with this buff to take multiple turrets in a single push. Okay, that was definitely a lot of information, some information overload. And while that does definitely sound very confusing at first, trust us, it's really, really not. Once you play a few games, you're really going to understand how
Here's the thing though. It starts at 8 minutes, like the grubs, but does the entire team just go? Is it just the jungler that goes? Can they solo it? Do you have to, like, as a support, do you have to just wrap around and protect the guy doing it? Do you just, the whole team? I don't know.
these objectives
I don't
work.
know.
And the best part is you don't need to remember or even know when they appear. Just press tab during the game and you're going to see all the timers right at the top of your screen showing exactly which objective
This would be a Dota Plus thing. You gotta pay for this
is
shit.
next and a countdown to when it will spawn. And when just starting out, please do not stress too much about objectives. As you play, you're going to naturally learn when and why they matter and the best times to take them. But for now, just know that these exist, and if your teams are looking to take one, be ready to help them. And now that we've gone through everything about the map and all of its objectives,
How do I know when I'm qualified to take it?
objectives, let's zoom back in on what you're actually going to spend most of your time doing each and every game. Laning. Laning is simply the term that we use here as lovers of League to describe playing against your opponent in one of the 3 lanes. Here's where League really starts to get tricky though, especially for new players, as how that lane actually plays out depends entirely on which champion you picked and what opponent you're up against. But here's the good news about all this. No matter what champion that you're playing or who you're facing, your goal is always going to be the same. Become stronger than your opponent. And how you do that is by earning more gold and gaining more experience. Sounds pretty simple, right? Which is why before we go any further with this, you need to meet the most important things on Summoner's Rift. Minions. Minions start marching down the lanes at 30 seconds after the game starts, and then every 30 seconds after that. This ramps up as the game progresses on, but don't worry about that for now. With each of these waves of minions consisting of 3 melee and 3 casters, and every 3rd wave having a siege minion. Again, ramping up over time, with more waves having siege minions as the game progresses. Oh, and to overwhelm you with even more information on top of everything else that we've already given you, there's also these things called super minions that spawn when an enemy's inhibitor gets killed, but that's not important for right now. I just simply wanted to say that. So throughout the game, minions are your primary source of both experience and gold. To put their value into perspective for you here, you get 300 gold for killing a champion, while last hitting a minion is going to give you an average of around 20 gold. So just last hitting 15 minions, which is a little over 3 waves, is the equivalent of a kill, not to mention all the additional experience that you gain from it. This is also why you can't just randomly leave your lane whenever you feel like it. Sure, you might pick up a kill or 2 roaming around the map to other lanes, but you'd be bleeding gold and bleeding experience the entire time you do it, which is also why securing that last hit on minions is one of the most crucial skills to develop in League and get better. One recent addition to the game to help with this is last hit assist. You can toggle it on in the settings, and although it's only available in the non-ranked play, this is going to show a white indicator on a minion's health bar when your auto attack is enough to secure the kill. But aside from farming minions, you can also get ahead of the lane by fighting your opponent. And this is what in League terms we like to call trading. You're going to hear that a lot in pretty much any YouTube channel about League, either through a combination of your champion's
basically you hit me, I hit you,
or using one of your 4 abilities, that is trading with another champion. Now, there's something about minions that a lot of new players really don't realize. They actually act like tiny bodyguards. This works through something called minion aggro. And basically, if an enemy champion attacks you while you're standing near your minions, those minions will immediately turn around and start attacking them back, which in the early game does a considerable amount of damage. Anyway, even if you don't kill your opponent, coming out ahead in these trades can still lead to you being stronger. You could force that champion to have to return to base and heal. They're going to miss out on golden experience from minions while they're gone, or maybe you just damage them enough that they get scared and start playing way further back. Now, when this happens, you've now got what we like to call lane priority, just a fancy way of saying that you're the one in control. With lane priority, you're able to leave your lane first if your team needs help with those pesky objectives that we were just speaking about earlier. Now, I can already hear half of you ask what's help with those pesky objectives that we were just speaking about earlier. Now,
it's pretty
early, half of you asking me this. How do I know when I win trades? And yeah, to be completely honest, it's kind of complicated. Like, without a doubt, it's the most complicated part of League of Legends as a whole, and there's not really an easy way to answer this. This champion gets countered by that champion. This one wins early but loses late. This one's weak until level 6. This one needs this certain item to be strong. Blah, 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 blah. There's over 170 champions in League, and not even the best players in the world are going to know the ins and outs of every single matchup. You're just not going to find it. But the good news is you don't need to worry about any of that to actually start winning trades and coming out ahead in lane. There are simple fundamentals you can learn that work no matter what champion you're playing or playing against. Things like fighting when you have a level advantage, basing at the right time, or even just how you build your champion. But listen, that's far too much to cover in this single video, which we've already blown your ear up about on all the other things that we've talked about, which is why we made a beginner course focused entirely on laning and minions. It walks through all the stuff.
This is an ad fest.
But
I
anyway,
swear.
something we've neglected to mention up to this point of the video is the fact that Summoner's Rift is covered in what's known as fog of war. You can only see what's happening in the areas where you or your team currently have vision. Everything else, it stays in the dark and it stays hidden, which you can see on the mini-map right here. The good news is that your whole team shares that vision. If your teammate can see something, you can see it too. This shared vision comes from several different sources. It comes from allied champions, friendly
so I need to
minions,
see how much
towers,
wards,
wards, and even daylights. Throughout Summoner's Rift, you're also going to find bushes of all shapes and sizes. Now, while they they might look different, they all follow the same rules, and these rules are slightly different to your standard Fog of War. Even if you have vision of the area around a bush, you still can't see inside that bush itself unless you have direct vision inside, which you can get from any of the same sources. So that's allied champions, minions, wards placed inside the bush, or even certain champion abilities. Anyway, wards. These are items you can purchase and even get given for free that you can place on that map to give yourself and your team vision of the surrounding area. There are two types of wards to talk about here. You have stealth wards and control wards, which you'll often hear be called pink wards for obvious reasons. Stealth wards, they're invisible wards that everyone starts with thanks to your free trinket, and that's this thing right here that we mentioned earlier, given to you automatically at the start of every game, which by default is going to be bound to 4. These are free to use, and they'll passively recharge over time. When you place them, they turn invisible after a short delay, and they stay hidden from enemies unless they use special tools to detect those wards. As long as they're active, they're going to grant you and your team vision of the
What are the special tools?
surrounding area. You can see how long your stealth ward will last by the white bar right here. Once these time out or get destroyed by your opponent, that ward will disappear and you're going to lose vision of that area. Control wards are a little bit different though, and they can be purchased for 75 gold in the shop. These not only provide you vision and last indefinitely, but more importantly, they reveal and disable enemy stealth wards in
So
that area,
sentries.
allowing you to destroy them. With two limitations that we need to talk about here. They're visible to enemies, meaning if they spot them, they can see and destroy them, and you can only have one active on the map at a given time. This makes them super valuable for making sure certain areas like important objectives or gank paths stay completely under your team's control. Anytime during the game,
So, can you destroy them yourself? I guess you can't, because denying is not a thing in League.
you can
but
also visit the shop and trade your yellow ward trinket for one of the two other options. The Farsight or blue trinket, which basically just allows you to place a ward and gain vision from really far away, or the red trinket, known as Oracle Lens or Sweeper. This one plays an important role in vision minigame, as when it's used, it's going to scan the area around your champion, revealing any hidden enemy stealth wards, temporarily disabling those and making them visible for just long enough for you to destroy them. Typically, they're picked up by junglers and supports. Now, you might remember earlier in the video when we mentioned that supports play a huge role when it comes to vision control. That's because as a support progresses their role quest, their starting item upgrades, unlocking replenishable stealth wards that refresh every time they return to base. This makes supports the only role that can place wards consistently throughout the game, outside of the single control ward you can have down and the basic free yellow trinket everyone gets. One brand new change to vision in 2026, though, is the addition of Fey Lights, which you'll see placed around the map. What these do is they mark ideal spots to place your wards, since not only are they positioned in high traffic areas and common ward spots, but when placing a ward in one, you'll also reveal an area around them, letting you spot enemies earlier and giving you more time to react. But now, let's jump to the good stuff. Choosing your champion. League, as we
So you
mentioned, has
kinda
over one...
just... So I don't know if players kind of meet each other or have a chance to meet each other before the creep spawn. But what happens in pro Dota, even like high rank Dota, right? I'm not super high rank, so I don't really know the ins and outs of it. But you can go around just putting wards before the creep spawn, and I guess they do that here as well. If you see like a bunch of them, then they probably just scout around the face spot there, right? Unless they don't put it there, they put it somewhere else. But I think that's a high rank thing. If it's like anything that's below average to average, I think most people will just put it on the face spots, right? So face spots are kind of similar to cliffs in Dota, I guess. Cliffs give a lot more vision of the whole area.
170 unique champions, and finding one that fits your playstyle perfectly, it's going to take some time, and that is okay. But in the meantime, we do have a couple of super easy to learn suggestions you should try out for each role. Starting off in the top lane, our first pick is Garen. Garen is the quintessential top lane bruiser, and one of the most beginner-friendly champions in the entire game. His Q gives you a burst of movement speed, bonus damage on your next attack, and silences the target. His W grants bonus tank stats, and when when activated, gives you a shield that reduces incoming damage, and his E, well, makes you spin around and deal massive damage to anything around you. Then his ultimate is a crazy single-target execute that ignores defensive stats, and it makes it really easy to finish off low-health enemies. Basically, his kit all fits together in the most intuitive way possible. You press Q to run at your target, you press W to take less damage, auto them once, and then hit E to spin to win, finishing them off with your ultimate once they drop low enough. And to top it all off, Garen's passive makes it really hard to deal with him in lane, as you passively regenerate health when you haven't taken damage for a short time. But if bruisers aren't your thing, we get it, and you think tanks might be more your playstyle, one of the best is undoubtedly Malphite. Malphite is, well, literally an immovable object. Your Q is a ranged poke ability that deals damage, slows the target, and gives you movement speed. W gives you passive armor, and on activation causes your next few attacks to do AoE damage. Then E is an AoE ground slam that does damage to nearby enemies and applies a debuff, reducing their attack speed by a massive amount. But what makes Malphite so dang strong is his ultimate, a dash that knocks up any enemy's hit, dealing massive damage, making him one of the biggest
Phrasing? Excuse me?
team fight threats in the entire game. So there's two champions in top, moving over to the jungle.
He's kind of like a mix of Tiny and Primal Beast, I guess.
Our first recommendation is Warwick. He's perfect for beginners, as he's able to sniff out low health enemies, giving you a visible trail right to them while you're clearing your camps. Q bites the target, dealing high damage and healing for yourself, while even letting you follow enemy mobility. W provides the blood trail and bonus attack speed against low health targets, and can even be activated to guide you to the closest enemy champion regardless of health. And E reduces damage and fears nearby enemies. And his ultimate is a long-range leap that locks down a target, deals big damage, and it also heals you. Oh, and his passive just gives Warwick extra healing from his attacks the lower he drops. All in all, this makes him one of the best duelists and 1v1 champions in the entire game. But if you're wanting to make more of an impression in team fights, then look no further than a Mumu. He's tanky, he deals high damage, and he brings a
I ain't no Ludwig.
a ton of crowd control. Q pulls yourself to any target hit, it stuns them, and deals high damage. W passively deals damage to anybody near him, and E deals decent AoE damage and gets its cooldown reduced whenever a Mumu gets hit. But what truly makes a Mumu is his ultimate, a massive AoE effect that deals high damage and stuns any target hit. Single-handedly, this is going to allow you to carry games even as a complete beginner. Alright, jungle out of the way, mid lane. If you enjoy mage-type champions, then our first suggestion is Arcane's very own from the hit TV series, Mel. Her passive has two parts. First, it makes last-hitting minions an absolute breeze, as you'll automatically execute low-health minions with your attacks and abilities. The second part causes your abilities to apply stacking low-health minions with your attacks.
Magic damage on the affected enemy with the first stack reduced to 60% against minions. If the total post-mitigation damage or blah, 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 next attack applied will consume all. I don't know what that means.
And abilities. The second part causes your abilities to apply stacking marks to the target, which can be consumed using your ultimate for a big chunk of extra damage. Outside of that,
how many stacks
can be consumed using your ultimate. Part causes
your
automatic passive has two parts. First, it makes last-hitting minions an absolute breeze, as you'll automatically execute low-health minions with your attacks and abilities. The second part causes your abilities to apply stacking marks to the target, which can be consumed using your ultimate for a big
3 stacks for Serum Brilliance, refreshing on subsequent casts and stacking up to 3 ability casts each generate 3. So I'm guessing normal attacks. Her next basic attack consumes all stacks. It's additionally fire an equal number of blazing projectiles.
Chunk of extra damage. Outside of that, Q fires a barrage of bolts in a small area. E is an orb that deals AoE damage, slows, and even roots targets. And her W is one of the most broken abilities in the freaking...
In the freaking what? In the freaking what? What is happening? You have to check my stream to see if it's
execute
down.
low health minions with your attacks and abilities. The second part causes your abilities to apply stacking marks to the target, which can be consumed using your ultimate for a big chunk of extra damage. Outside of that, Q fires a barrage of bolts in a small area. E is an orb for abilities to apply stacking marks to the target, which can be consumed using your ultimate for a big chunk of extra damage. Outside of that, Q fires a barrage of bolts in a small area. E is an orb that deals AoE damage, slows, and even roots targets, and her W W is one of the most broken abilities in the freaking game, as it allows you to reflect almost every spell in the game back at your opponent while also making you invulnerable. But if
What the
mages aren't your
fuck?
thing, I get it, and you want to try
Wait,
to
what
spin
the-
it
what?
in the freaking game, as it allows you to reflect almost every spell in the game
Counter
back at
spell?
your opponent while also making you invulnerable.
Counter
But if
spell.
mages aren't your thing, I get it, and you want to try an assassin,
fun.
then look
She
no
seems
further
fun.
than Neferi. Now, assassins are usually going to be weaker in lane due to their short range, but Neferi's simple, powerful kit helps her bypass all that
That's
weakness
crazy.
that other assassins have. So, her Q throws daggers that deal high damage and apply a bleed. If you hit the same target twice, you're going to get bonus damage and healing. Her E is a short dash that deals high burst, and W gives her brief immunity along with bonus damage and movement speed, with her passive periodically spawning pack mates that help with last hitting and significantly boost her damage. What
Like
really
an-
makes Neferi shine, though, is her ultimate, a targeted leap that deals massive damage. So after jumping in, you can chain your Qs and E to burst enemies down, then escape with W. And if you secure a kill or assist, you can even cast your ultimate again, leaping to the next
Oh, that's
target and
insane.
gaining a shield. All right, moving on to the bot lane. Our first pick is Jinx, a champion that gives you the perfect feel for what playing ADC is all about. Her Q lets you switch between fast attacking minigun and a long-range rocket launcher depending on what you need. Her W is a long-range skill shot that lets you poke or slow enemies. E places traps on the floor that root anybody who passes over them, and her ultimate is a map-wide rocket that can finish off low-health targets regardless of where you are. But what really makes Jinx exciting is her passive, as whenever you get a takedown, you get a massive burst of attack and
Is that a skill shot though? Or is it like a heat-seeking thing? Fires a massive rocket in the target direction. So it's a skill shot.
wide rocket that can finish off low health targets regardless of where you are. But what really makes Jinx exciting is her passive, as whenever you get a takedown, you get a massive burst of attack and movement speed, letting you clean up fights.
Oh
Great
my
in team
God.
fights, amazing late game, and overall a solid ADC that is well worth putting the time into. But for a different take on ADC, you could instead try out Misfortune. Unlike Jinx and other
I like
marksmen, she is a
Misfortune.
bit more spell focused in how she deals damage. And what that's going to do is it's going to quickly teach you how to balance dealing damage with your auto attacks as well as spells. Her passive makes her first attack on a target hit harder, helping with last hitting minions. Q is a shot that deals high damage and bouncing to targets behind. W gives passive movement speed lost when taking damage, but can be activated to gain the boost as well as some additional attack speed. And E is an AoE slow. But Misfortune is all about her ultimate, bullet time. Just look for a safe spot in a team fight, hit this, and watch as they completely melt. And
Yep.
last but not least, let's cover some support picks. If you're looking to heal, shield, buff, and keep your allies safe, then Milio does it all. Q deals damage and knocks targets away. W is an AoE heal that also buffs allies inside it with bonus attack range. E shields allies and gives bonus movement speed with 2 charges. And your ultimate heals and removes debuffs from everybody near you, allowing you to get your whole team out of any crowd control. And on top of that, Milio's passive empowers allies hit by his abilities, causing their next attack to deal bonus damage. But if rather than keeping your team alive, you enjoy making plays, being a tanky frontliner, and locking enemies down, you need to try out Leona. Q is a targeted stun on a short cooldown. W provides bonus resistance for a short period. E is a root and a gap closer in one. And R is a long-range AoE stun. Her kit is just made to engage. You can E onto a target to root them.
Is she a support or is she a freaking offlaner? Why does it seem like she's supposed to be? Well, she doesn't do that much damage, right? And I assume top laners are just gonna be super heavy damage dealers or super heavy crowd controllers. So far, it seems like she's a
Stun
solo
'em
crowd
with Q,
controller.
and follow up with your ultimate, keeping the target locked down for a ridiculous amount of time. Now, when it comes
That's
to
a long ass
building
time,
your
yeah.
champion of choice, there's 2 things to consider: runes and items. However, unlike a lot of games, Riot has made this process a complete breeze for beginners. For
Yo.
runes, after selecting your champion, has made this to consider runes and when it comes to building your like a lot of games.
I can't wait for Path of Exile 0.5. Man, that's gonna hit.
Riot has made this process a complete breeze for beginners. For runes, after selecting your champion, you can click this little button here, and it's going to suggest 3 different rune pages with a short description of what they do. These are all, for the most part, just passives that either enhance your damage, survivability, or even utility in specific ways. A quick note here that if you're playing Swift Play, you're going to be able to select these alongside your champion before the game even starts. Then, the same goes for items in-game. Once you open the shop, you're going to be able to view the recommended recommended items, along with a brief description of what they do. Now, while you can definitely make some slight optimizations to these as you learn more about runes and more about items, you honestly really can't go wrong here, as all Riot does is pull the data for these items and rune builds from what other players are most commonly building on that specific champion. And one thing that might not be immediately obvious here to the layman is you don't need to save up for complete items. Just double-click any complete item and the system will automatically buy available components based on your current gold. And you can see your progress toward that item in the bottom right here below your inventory. Now, we touched on WASD earlier in the video, but even as a complete beginner, there's probably a ton of in-game settings that you might want to change right from day one. So let's wrap this video up by going over a few of these. First, let's talk about your camera settings. By default, your camera is now set to dynamic, which automatically follows your champion and lets you look around slightly by moving your cursor to the edge of the screen. This is going to be great for complete beginners to MOBAs in general, since it's going to help you stay centered around your character without really having to think or worry about camera control. That said, dynamic camera has some major limitations. It restricts how much you can easily see, which makes it harder to track enemies and fights and can really limit your awareness. Now, because of this, you'll never see any of the experienced players using this. Instead, the majority of players opt for free camera, as this just gives you complete control. And you can then center the camera at any time by pressing or even holding spacebar. Next, something we suggest that all new players do is to go to the interface and then reduce the size of the HUD. By default, this is set to 100, but we recommend somewhere around 50, as this just lets you see far more of your screen. Then, in the same section, we suggest increasing the size of your minimap. Now, like we mentioned earlier, your minimap is a crucial part of League, and increasing the size can help with your awareness right from the get-go. Again, somewhere around the 50 mark is going to be great. And lastly, enable Show Spell Cost, which is located right here. This simply just shows the exact mana cost for each and every one of your abilities on the icon, making it easy for you to quickly identify how much mana you need for each one, as well as also tell you if you have enough for your full combo. And remember, everything that we've covered in this monstrosity of a guide is just the beginning. If you want to go...
Also turn off auto attack almost immediately. So... because I found it annoying in the tutorial that I constantly had to just miss last hits because of the auto attacks. So, okay, I get the gist of it, but I still have a hard time grasping the timing. I guess that'll just come with repetitive plays. I want to look at League of Legends mid. I'm looking at mid and ADC. So I want to look for a proper mid laner. Let me look. Let me look it up to see if there's any League of Legends mid laner guides. Is 3-minute League of Legends, is this a good... Like, here's the thing though, right? Because I don't know who's a good content creator for League and who's not. So... let me look at this. It's 1 year ago, but seems to be alright.
And welcome to today's video. I'm glad that
I think this info is pure gold, but there's a major problem with all those guys. They always say push, freeze, ward, but in-game you're not always getting the advantage to even place a ward because the enemy is pushing too much, your jungle's not coming. What to do if you're in a disadvantage? There should be a guide on what to do in unfavorable scenarios.
that you're here. Get yourself some popcorn, get yourself something to drink, because we're going to talk about quite a lot, and this might be one of the most important videos you'll ever see on the mid lane. If you don't know, my name is Kain. I'm a League of Legends player, content creator, and coach. And for my recent coachings, yet again, I have been proven that people struggle way too much in the lane phase, and that's where typically their game already goes wrong. So I'm gonna fix that for you guys. I'm gonna fix that for my students. I'm gonna fix it for you, and I'm gonna give you guys this free crash course here on the mid lane fundamentals, how to specifically win the early lane phase, or how to play the early lane phase here.
This is a bit too much for me. I definitely need someone who is a little bit. Eventually, maybe I'll watch this, but for the time being, I think this is a little bit too advanced.
In this video,
I don't need like the whole ins and outs of mid lane completely. So OBS mid lane guys from Pro Player. I generally just want to know what you do as a mid laner and the timings of it. I don't know if skill cap is good though. I think they are definitely the most.
All right, guys, in this guide, you're going to learn exactly why you suck at mid lane and the
Generalized
simple steps that you need to take
guides?
to fix it. With mid being one of the most mechanically and skill-expressive roles out of all 5 of them, it can often be really easy to miss some of those subtle mistakes that you're making, which are the reason why you continue to struggle to win lane consistently. So in this guide, we're going to be taking a look at these easy-to-miss mistakes that most low elo players make and how to easily avoid them. From our years of teaching low elo mid laners, we've come to realize that one of the biggest reasons why almost everyone sucks at getting consistent results is simply because they don't get value out of their spells. This is especially true when reviewing players on skill shot based champions like Syndra, Orianna, Lux, and so on. If you feel like you have extremely poor skill shot accuracy in lane, or that you generally just can't build consistent leads, then listen up here. This problem is almost always resolved by completely changing your perspective. That's right, I said your perspective of the laning phase. Before you ever start thinking about your specific matchup, your game plans, your jungler interface, or really anything of the sort, you need to treat mid as a turn-based lane on an action timer-based system. So here's a quick snippet from the laning part of our new mid lane essentials course to explain why.
For our purposes, an action is a time where you or your opponent have to trade, hit a minion with an auto attack or ability, or ultimately concede if the trade or last hit looks too risky to go for. Basically, an action is any time that you have to input an auto attack or ability, or else you'll get punished for it, either it be losing out on CS or losing a trade. Most players just accept last hitting as a given, without putting much thought into it. After all, the first thing you learned when playing League is that you need to CS. But think about it, if we weren't required to last hit minions for gold, every laning phase would pretty much just be a 1v1 skill shot contest like Mundo Dodgeball. That's why you need to understand action timers and how to play around them.
Actions or turn-based trading are the foundation for almost every single mid lane trade, and yet, when we watch low elo, it almost seems like no one even tries to consider this during the laning phase. To show you what we mean, we're going to be reviewing a skill shot heavy matchup here between 2 platinum elo mid laners. Now, as a quick note, do keep in mind that players platinum and below account for 85% of the whole ranked population. So by following what we're about to teach you here, your laning is going to immediately be better than the vast majority of players. Anyway, let's get into the lane we're reviewing here. We're going to be keeping track of how many times both players mess up, so you can get a good idea of how dominant you could be in this elo if you just learn this concept. The lane begins, and Xerath immediately readies up his Q. This is mistake number 1. Take a look at the lane through Ahri's perspective.
I don't know if it's easier or harder for just in general to outplay your opponents when it comes to League or Dota. I think in Dota it's a lot more like CS based, like it's a lot you can deny, right? So you can just, if your hero has like a really high base damage, you can just keep denying. You can just keep last hitting without really worrying about anything and buying regen over and over again. I don't know about League. I guess it's more about skill shots hitting and how to trade properly. But I don't know.
She isn't forced into any specific action right now. There's no low minions, and she still has her cooldown up. Technically, Ahri is free to do literally anything she wants right now. She could kite up, down, left, or she could even go straight into Xerath and try and fight back. Because she's not in the middle of a forced action, it's literally exactly what our course described. A game of Mundo Dodgeball in which Xerath missed his random skill shot, and now the situation turns with Xerath down a spell and being forced into an action to last hit right now. It's a perfect time for Ahri to punish. So she AFKs and, well, does nothing. We all know this story. Great. Ahri is clearly feeling generous and does something even worse than this, though. One thing to understand is that certain actions are more forced than other actions. For example, there's a difference between when an opponent has to last hit a caster minion versus a cannon. During a caster last hit, they are much more willing to give it up to potentially dodge your spell. Now, on the other hand, during a cannon, they are far more likely to commit to last hitting it. Think about that as you pay attention to what Ahri just did. She alternated auto attacks between all three melees, so they all got low at about the same time. If she were to lose all three, that'd be the equivalent of missing a cannon minion. So she's forced herself to line up her Q so she can last hit them all at the same time. Seeing that happen, Xerath's immediate instinct is not to Q her while she'll predictably stand, but instead, he walks over to stand exactly where she's obviously gonna Q. Now I'm thinking it's pretty fair to add 5 to our mistakes counter for how insane that sequence of events was. It's ridiculous. Next, both of them are forced into an action to last hit a minion at the exact same time. However, Xerath has Q, whereas Ahri's Q is still down. He had the advantage and could Q both. Another mistake to add to the list. And moments later, Xerath finally shows some promise and looks to Q during Ahri's last hit, but unfortunately misses. Now, we're not going to count that as a mistake, as it was actually the right thing to do. Ahri, on the other hand, knows that Xerath's Q is now down and he has to last hit, and she does nothing again. Our next few mistakes are a little bit more nuanced, but if you've been able to follow along so far, you should be able to understand how what both players are about to do makes absolutely zero.
To be honest, I don't think I need to be watching this just yet, because I haven't even fucking started playing the game. I want to know the timings. I want to know what it is or when it is you do what you need to do. Because otherwise, I'm just completely clueless.
Welcome to SkillCap's Beginner's Guide to Learning Mid Lane. Mid is, without a doubt, the most popular
I
role.
don't need to know best mid champions just yet, how to trade. You just trade. So, that previous guide did kind of make sense in the sense that you want to shoot your skill shot when you know they're going to be standing in one spot. So, yeah, using breakpoints. What does this mean?
Breakpoints. Now, this is going to sound really complicated at first, but soon we really hope you're going to be able to see that it really isn't. A breakpoint is simply a very specific way in which your champion can kill a minion from 100% HP. Let's use Lux for an example here. At level 6, Lux has one of the best breakpoints in the entire game. She can place her E as a wave is coming in and use her ultimate on it. Your E plus R's damage is enough to kill the melee minions and the casters behind it. It's a bit abnormal to use your ultimate that way, but Lux is unique since her ult's cooldown is so low. The reason this is so good on Lux is because it is unique since her ult's cooldown is so low. The reason this is so good on Lux is because she's clearing the wave so quickly and so early into the game that no other champion can match how fast she's pushing at this time. The faster you can push in a wave, the more time you're going to have to do whatever it is that you want to do.
The mana cost.
The faster you that good on Lux, but Lux is unique since her ult's cooldown is so low. The reason you use your ultimate though is kill the melee minions and the casters behind it. E plus R's damage is enough to kill the melee minions and the casters behind it. It's a bit abnormal to use your ultimate that way, but Lux is unique since her ult's cooldown is so low. The reason this is so good on Lux is because she's clearing the wave so quickly and so early into the game that no other champion can match how fast she's pushing at this time. The faster you can push in a wave, the more time you're going to have to do whatever it is that you want to do in League. You can recall, roam around the map, ward, whatever you want. The key is clearing that wave faster, which brings us back to breakpoints. Every champion has very unique ways of clearing waves, but 90% of mid laners tend to follow a very specific pattern for killing specifically caster minions. For a beginner, focusing on the caster minions is really all you need to do. At level 5, casting the spell that you're maxing first will deal half of the caster's HP. So, casting that spell twice will kill all 3 casters easily. At level 7, your main ability will leave casters really low on health. You can typically finish them off with an auto attack or another AoE ability if your champion has one. Then at level 9, your main spell should be killing the casters in one single cast. Trust us, these 3 breakpoints is extremely useful for planning ahead. You can use this information in so many different ways. For example, at the most basic level, it can let you know whether you can push a wave or not. This Vex is running low on mana and only has enough left for 2 more Qs, which is the main spell she maxes. Because she's level 5 and knows her breakpoints, she decides to push. She cast 1 Q, putting the casters to half HP, and then another to finish off the wave. Simply knowing this information beforehand let her make a good decision at a critical moment where she was low on resources. Or at level 7, she knows that her Q plus 1 other spell will kill all the caster minions. This gives her the confidence to instantly push that wave and then go roam to somewhere else on the map. Again, a decision you can only make with knowledge of these basic breakpoints. So, keep these breakpoint timers in mind. Level 5, level 7, and level 9 are big moments for your wave clear on most champions. As a mid laner, roaming is a topic that we're going to cover soon. This is because mid is in the center of the map,
that's what
so
I need
you
to
have
know.
access to moving and making a play anywhere. This is a huge upside, but one that comes with a massive downside too. Being in the center of the map also means that everyone has access to you. Top and bot lane's only options are to roam towards you. Not only that, but almost every single jungle camp on the map is relatively close to mid. A jungler is never really that far away from your lane, so you're really gonna get ganked a lot. To make sure you stay safe, we're going to teach you what we like to call the autopilot ward that can help you avoid almost any gank. Here's what you do. Pick a side of the map that you think is dangerous and move into the river. Then place a ward along the bottom of either of these ramps depending on what side you've chosen. The reason you ward this is because it covers ganks from this area of the jungle, but also the river. If you warded this brush, for example, you'd be susceptible to a
Wouldn't people just deward this? Like if it's that obvious?
gank from here. Problem is, you've only got one ward. You can't ward both sides of the river. So the next step is to play on the side of the map that you've warded during the lane. This makes it so there's only 2 outcomes that can happen. First, if an enemy ganks you from one side of the map that you've warded, for example, we see Vax has placed her autopilot ward down. Afterwards, you're going to notice how she's playing on the right side of the lane, close to the vision that she's put down. As she keeps pushing, she notices the 2 champions coming thanks to her ward, and can now simply walk to the other side. The second outcome is if someone comes from the side where you haven't warded. During this fight, Diana was on the side of the lane with her vision. As the fight continues, the enemy jungler comes in. But because the lane is so big and takes a while to cross, Diana can react to the enemy jungler and simply just walk away. Basically, you're going to be safe either way. This autopilot ward, it really isn't perfect, but it's pretty effective and one of the best strategies for avoiding most ganks, especially at a beginner level. Alright, so let's talk about roaming as a mid laner, because this is definitely one of your biggest strengths. But doing it right, oh man, is it important. The one thing you want to avoid when roaming is leaving your tower vulnerable to damage as you leave. Mid tier 1 is super valuable going into the mid game, but if you roam at a bad time, it allows your enemy laner to get chip damage on it as you leave lane. This can result in your mid tier 1 going down very easily later on, which is definitely not good. This is your #1 priority. If you can roam without your tower taking damage, you're gonna be good. The way to do that is simple though. By clearing the wave in mid, you take away your opponent's ability to push your tower, so now you can roam freely. Well, kind of. There's an important detail to mid that a lot of players really don't think about. Waves always spawn at the same time in every lane. However, mid is unique where the lane is shorter, so the waves end up crashing in mid way faster than in other lanes. What this means is that you have less time than other roles to move from lane before another wave gets there to allow your opponent to push. This reduces the amount of time you have to roam.
Can't body block creeps.
So what you'd want to avoid are situations like this. You walk up to a wave that's already crashed in mid. You slowly push it and crash it into the enemy tower and start to roam. But the next wave is already here, so this would be a horrible time to roam. You can see we haven't even reached bottom yet, and there's a wave your opponent could use to push into your tower. This is likely going to be a really bad roam, where your tower would take a ton of damage. Mid laners make up for this smaller roam window by having the best wave clear in the game. The best thing to look out for is when you can clear a wave as it's walking into the lane. If you clear a wave quickly as it's coming into your lane, you're going to have way more time to roam. You can see we reached bot lane this time before the next wave had even arrived in mid. This will give you way more time to get kills during your roam, but also make it back in time to defend your tower. This is exactly why we spent so much time discussing wave clear breakpoints. Levels 7 and 9 are really key moments in the game where your wave clear amps up significantly. Now you can clear waves really quickly and roam around the map to score kills. And because you killed the wave so dang fast, the next wave won't be arriving for a while, leaving your opponent with nothing to do but wait for the next wave. Those are the two key details to roaming. Think about how vulnerable your tower will be if you leave lane, and how you can avoid that by clearing a wave faster. So if you want to learn more about roaming properly, then you could check out our much more detailed course covering everything you need to know. Macro and a quick starter guide here. We can offer you some decent strategies based on the champion that you're playing that you may want to look out for. For starters, if you're playing a mage, then you need to understand a really simple concept that's going to make your life so much easier. Typically, in almost every single game, there is some sort of defender's advantage to holding an area first. So even if you're equal in power with your opponent, if you're the one defending, you're probably going to win the fight. In League, this happens in the form of skill shot advantage. When someone is walking towards you, and you fire a skill shot, it is very easy to hit them because their hitbox and your skill shot are moving towards each other. So they're going to collide very quickly. So anytime you play a mage, you're going to quickly notice that it's super easy to land spells and combo players when they're walking towards you. Now on the other hand, it'll often feel really difficult to try and land a combo if you're the one walking into your opponents. One of the best things you can do as a mage is track when objectives are spawning. If you think you and your team are going to fight over an objective, you want to be in control over that area first. Mages bring insanely strong zone control spells that make it really difficult for enemy players to walk into an area because of what we just discussed. Now, as a result, being at the objective first over your opponents will make their lives very miserable going into you, and you're going to be much more likely to succeed in fights like these. Now, of course, we're not saying to always go to every objective no matter what to achieve this, but just make sure you press tab and check when objectives are spawning. If you think your team's going to contest, then do try to follow this advice, but don't force it just because we told you in this one YouTube video. Next, let's talk about assassins or melee carries.
It's still hard to
These types of
recognize
champions
the
tend to excel
timing
in
of things,
1v1
though.
or 2v2 small type skirmishes. Basically, you're looking to assassinate players or go for smaller scale fights, rather than always going for that 5v5 team fight. This is because melee mid laners tend to have good mobility and dueling capabilities, so you're extremely self-sufficient and you're going to typically have a lot of ways to outplay a fight. In order to find these smaller scale fights more consistently, you want to use the fact that you're so self-sufficient to always try and push side lane waves aggressively. The reason why you need to do this is because if no one is pushing in waves in the side lanes, then all 10 players in the game are just going to naturally gravitate to the mid lane. With everyone so clumped up, your strength as an assassin or skirmisher is completely gone. By pushing in waves aggressively, you're forcing someone on the enemy team to split up and respond to the push. This naturally is going to give you opportunities throughout the game to pick off people as they split off from their team to catch waves, or as they're trying to rejoin.
Okay, so I kind of get it, but I'm still not super understanding of the timings. So I'll look at the other role that I'm interested in. ADC. Why is it laggy? My stream? It's still fine. I just don't know why it's so laggy. Why you suck at ADC? I haven't even played it yet. I probably suck, but I haven't even played it yet. Complete beginner's guide to ADC. I'll look at this. I don't really know who else to look at for these things.
Welcome to the only
If you
beginner
guys have
AD
any
carry guide you will
suggestions, let
ever
me know,
need to get
'cause
started in League of Legends. In this video, you will find everything you need to know to get started playing the AD carry.
I don't want stuff that's super in-depth right now, especially from pros, because I don't even understand the basics of things. If I somehow get deeper into it, then maybe that's going to be stuff that's helpful somewhere down the line. But for now,
Role. We'll be guiding you through the early laning phase, mid-game macro, how to skirmish and teamfight, itemization, and the most important settings you need to instantly succeed as an ADC. So, if you're sick of being one-shot by every champion or feel like every game boils down to who has the better support, well, then this is the guide you've been looking for. And once you get a handle on the fundamentals, Skill-Capped is the perfect next step in your learning journey. We just did a massive update, adding all brand new courses for Season 5. Now, without a doubt, the most important skill to learn as an AD carry is learning to get through the early laning phase. Out of all 5 roles, you are definitely the weakest during the early game, and this can make playing ADC fairly frustrating at this point. This is compounded by the fact that you are at the mercy of a random partner every single game. Not only are you at your weakest during those early levels, but on top of that, support and jungle are by far the most influential roles in the game at this point. So what that means is that in the 3v3s that are constantly going to be breaking out in bot lane, you have by far the least impact, and this can make the role very frustrating. This is the problem you're going to have to learn to deal with. You must go through this painful period where you're pretty weak every single game, and you're at the mercy of how well your teammates play. This does sound awful, but in reality, it isn't. Think about it. If we put expert AD carries in low elo or a normal game, they would still win the laning phase 99% of the time, regardless of their random teammates. Why is that? It's simple. ADC as a class can't really make things happen themselves. They've got no engage and mediocre damage early on. But the thing about League of Legends is that almost every play during that early game is based around minion waves, which you have complete control over. By managing them properly, you make the plays that do happen way more likely to go in your favor for you and your team. There are 3 strategies that you can play for in lane depending on what your primary goals are. You can either play for kills, lane pressure, or to neutralize your opponents. Based on what type of ADC you're playing and the support you're with, you will often find yourself wanting to constantly fight your opponents. Marksmen like Draven, Samira, Kai'Sa, when paired with supports like Leona, Nautilus, or Taric, fall under this category. These are fairly aggressive picks that like to go for kills early on. Of course, you can apply this on any champion if your primary intention is to score kills. Your goal will be to keep the wave towards your side of the lane or somewhere in the middle. The point here is that it gives you and your support plenty of room to work with to look for trades or all-in engages. The 2 wave tactics you can use to accomplish this is either slow pushing or freezing. Slow pushing is exactly what it sounds like. Your goal is to only hit minions at the last possible moment to last hit them for gold. This will very slowly push the minion wave. There's 2 reasons to do this. For starters, it keeps the wave in the middle of the lane for longer. As we said, this is your main goal since it allows you and your support to actually look for fights. The second reason is that you want to slowly build up a minion lead. Fighting around minions is a huge advantage early on. Not only do they add a lot of damage during low levels, but by having killed more minions, you will often find yourself at a level lead over your opponent. This is a big timing you can take advantage of that will almost guarantee that you win any fight. Due to these 2 reasons, slow pushing will often be your default strategy for aggressively trading and looking for fights in bot lane. That being said, freezing is another tactic you'll want to keep in mind. This happens whenever your own minion wave is being overpowered by the enemy wave. This achieves a similar result to slow pushing. By letting the enemy wave kill your own, you can effectively keep the wave stuck in the middle or closer to your side of the lane. This forces your opponent into an awkward situation. They either never walk up and keep missing golden experience due to the freeze, or they will eventually be forced to fight you to break the freeze. This is one of those reliable ways that you can force fights to happen even on this low agency role. Just do keep in mind that you can't force freezes every single game. Remember that a big point we made a little bit ago is fighting around bigger waves. A freeze can only happen.
So do you force freezes when your jungle roams here, or?
If you're at a minion disadvantage. So, you need to already be stronger than your opponents for this to work. Otherwise, you will simply lose the fight due to being at a minion deficit. This enemy ADC was trying too hard to fight on this small freeze, but since she's weaker, she ends up losing the fight. This all being said, kills are not what you will play for in most games. A ton of ADCs look to play for pressure or tempo instead. One of the most reliable strategies in League is to simply push a wave into your opponent's tower. By crashing a wave, you guarantee that your opponent is stuck there. If they randomly leave the tower, they will miss a ton of golden experience because their own tower is killing their minions. The point here is that your opponent is effectively stuck at their tower, which many AD carries can abuse. This strategy will be best on ADCs that have long-range pressure, such as Caitlyn, Ezreal, Kog'Maw, Varus, and so on. But again, of course, you can pull this off on any champion. The best thing to abuse is the fact that their tower is killing your own minions at a consistent rate. This makes it very predictable for when they will stand still to look for a last hit. You can abuse this timing to get free damage in while your opponent can't respond very well. The reason this is best on long-range champions is obviously due to your opponent having a tower there to defend them. Long-range spells and auto attacks will be way more reliable for punishing your opponent under their tower. Since your opponent is stuck last hitting, it will often also be easy to look for easy chip damage on towers. Tower damage will reward you with free gold from plays, so this is good to look out for as well. You generally do this when you don't think you can harass them without taking tower aggro. Crashing minion waves into tower.
So is the plate thing a universal thing, or is it anyone who's near? Because in Dota, it's universal. You just, the one who last sits, you get more.
Isn't only good to pressure
But,
your opponent,
yeah.
but also to build tempo over them. This is a term you're going to hear a lot in League of Legends. Tempo is simply a way of saying that you can act before your opponent. So, because there's a wave at their tower, your opponent is stuck in lane. This means that you can freely move on the map before they do, which means you have a tempo advantage. You'll learn more about how to abuse tempo advantages in our other guides, but you can do anything during this time. You can move around the map, go into the enemy jungle, or even just recall to recover resources and buy. Finally, there's a major concern that every ADC will eventually have to deal with, their support. A random support will have varying degrees of skill. You never know what you're going to get. You'll get players on random champions who literally abandon you the entire laning phase. Learning how to deal with this is probably one of the most important skills to learn as an AD carry. As you're playing the lane, if you start to notice that your support doesn't seem too good, they seem uncomfortable in the matchup, they're not helping you trade, or whatever else it may be, then you should probably try your best to hard push every single wave you can. It's a bit similar to our previous strategy, but you're not looking to get advantages out of this. The goal of pushing the wave aggressively is to make the lane as uninteractive as possible.
Like Luna.
With the minion advantage, your opponents have no choice but to back up and farm at their wave. This makes it so that no action is happening, so everyone in the lane is just farming minions. The important part to remember when doing this though, is that you want to prepare for the incoming wave by standing around here. As the enemy wave comes in, you instantly begin hitting it. The point is that you can hit the enemy wave first before they can hit yours. This will almost guarantee that you're able to get the push lead, letting you crash another wave. And if you crash that wave, the cycle repeats. You stand here, instantly push, etc. This is an extremely good way of neutralizing almost any matchup if you manage.
Would you not farm these and then go to jungle? Unless jungle creeps are a little bit too tough for you at that level. Or if your jungler's already cleared it.
Manage to do it. You won't get a lead, but you prevent your support from doing anything silly and losing the lane for you. By the way, this strategy is also good on strong late game marksmen like Sivir, Jinx, or Tristana. They all have really good pushing power, which lets them do this strategy easily. At the same time, they scale really well with items, so they're technically winning the matchup by going even. So, if you play something that scales well, definitely look to do this strategy. Moving on from the laning phase, to understand how to play AD carry properly, we should probably talk about your biggest strengths and weaknesses as a class. When people think of AD carries though, they instinctively think about their biggest weakness, how squishy they are. This is very true. In a lot of your games, you will absolutely be blown up when your opponent looks at you, even just for a moment. As frustrating as that is, you can definitely offset this by understanding your biggest strength as an ADC, which is uptime. Let's explain. There are some exceptions, but almost every single marksman shares these following characteristics. You're probably ranged, most of your damage comes from auto attacks, you are also unlikely to be overly reliant on mana or cooldowns. Yes, some AD carries are, but not nearly as reliant as other classes. And finally, most marksmen are able to pick up some form of lifesteal very reliably in their kit, either through items or runes. Basically, what this means is that unlike other classes, you never really have an off mode. For example, a mage has a point of weakness around their mana and cooldown. Melee champions have points of weakness around their range, health totals, and so on. ADCs, on the other hand, can always hit something at range, never run out of damage, and can permanently sustain through lifesteal. To put it simply, you have nearly 100% uptime and are almost always able to do something. This is by far your biggest strength as an ADC, and playing around it will give you the biggest chance for success. Let's break down how this relates to your mid-game macro, and then we'll talk about how to use it to duel, skirmish, and teamfight. Like we said, let's talk macro first. League is known as a strategy game, and with so many potential options for what to do, it can get overwhelming for a newer player. Thankfully, knowing what to do as an AD carry is actually fairly simple if you just follow a few general guidelines. Your main goal after the laning phase is really simple. You want to try your best to be hitting something as much as possible. That's it. Remember, you have the best uptime of any role in the game. What this means is that you want to maximize the amount of damage you're dealing to stuff on the map.
What timing post laning phase is.
That can be farming minion waves, jungle camps, towers, objectives, enemy champions, etc. You always want to be hitting something to abuse your uptime advantage.
Do you, as the AD carry, do you make the call to go to freaking Baron or the Dragons? Are you the one making that call? Is the jungler the one making that call? I don't know. Do you just spend like half the game farming and trying to get some items out as much as you can, as fast as possible?
To do this, after the laning phase ends, you want to transition into mid lane with your support.
Because if this is Dota, right? If this is Dota, let's make a quick comparison. If this is Dota, we'll probably see a carry farming the jungle for like 10-15 minutes in mid game, not even appearing. Maybe if they have like if they're using a hero that's kind of reliant on their ult. Maybe they'll show up in a fight. Maybe they'll use their ult once, and once that's on cooldown, they will go back to farming. That's pretty much how carry works in Dota.
Why you want to be mid lane with your support at this time in the game.
But I
Proper
don't know
macro
how
in
this
this game
works.
is about optimizing the amount of total resources your entire team is acquiring. Mid lane is the safest lane out of all. As a vulnerable carry, this makes it the perfect spot to hang out to keep yourself safe. Not only that, but it's obviously in the middle of the map. This gives you the best access to everywhere you want to go. Both objectives are nearby, there's a lot of jungle camps in close proximity, etc. By being mid, you have the best potential to abuse your uptime advantage. Meanwhile, your more self-reliant teammates can be in the side lanes and securing the waves there. This makes it so that none of the carries of the team are sharing resources and everyone is properly getting farmed. The final reason is that your support typically wants to play around you. By being in mid, this will put your support nearby to whatever important objective is going to be contested next. By being so close, it lets them ward the area around the objective quickly and efficiently. With these lane assignments, the goal is then to play around the pressure of pushing waves. By pushing a wave into your opponent's side of the map, it forces one of them to have to react to that wave, otherwise they risk tower damage and missing resources. By playing around these timings, you and your team can get big advantages. For example, if one of your side laners pushes in bot lane, they can then collapse towards you in mid to force a fight with a numbers advantage. Likewise, if you push mid first, you can collapse to a side lane first with your pressure. While knowing what should theoretically happen is nice and all,
That's
none of
kinda
that
the
is
same
ever going
theory
to
as
happen
Dota,
as
so,
cleanly
yeah.
as we just described it. League games are going to be messy, random, and chaotic. You're never going to get actual synergy from your teammates. But the reason you want to understand the theory is because it lets you adapt to the randomness of solo queue and easily make the right decision no matter what crazy thing is happening on the map. There's two main concepts behind the actual theory of how to play the game. First, you want every lane being farmed efficiently by your team. Secondly, you want to play around the pressure of pushing waves. That's it. Then, you combine those with the high uptime of the AD carry role we spent a while discussing. It sounds complicated, but it really isn't. Here's how you actually apply this in your own games. After the laning phase ends, head to mid, push out the wave if possible, then take a look at the map. If there's an objective up, gravitate towards that with your team and look to set up in the area in preparation for a fight. If you're ahead, you'll get these for free, but if you're even, you'll probably have to fight for them. If there's no upcoming objective, then you want to take a look at after the laning phase ends, head to mid, push out the wave if possible. Here's how you actually apply this in your own games. After the laning phase ends, head to mid, push out the wave if possible, then take a look at the map. If there's an objective up, gravitate towards that with your team and look to set up in the area in preparation for a fight. If you're ahead, you'll get these for free, but if you're even, you'll probably have to fight for them. If there's no upcoming objective, then you want to take a look at how your teammates are playing in all three lanes. In newer games and lower ranked brackets, players tend to gravitate and sit in mid way too much. This goes against our first guideline of keeping every lane farmed. Technically, Sivir's teammate should be the one going bottom to collect this big wave, but since she wants to stay in mid, Sivir takes over his job and goes to farm bottom instead. It's completely fine for you to break the rules and go to a side lane on your own to take the farm that your teammate was supposed to get. As you improve at this game, and as we will often teach you, winning games will often consist of playing around your teammates' mistakes. Okay, when you get to the side lane, you've got two goals: farm all the waves you can and to put pressure. Unfortunately, you have to deal with the fact that in general, you will be quite vulnerable on your own. If someone happens to be in the area, you could very well die doing this. So here's some simple guidelines to help deal with this. If you feel exceptionally weak and or there's some scary champions on the enemy team like assassins, then you want to be extra careful. Don't push past around this line, otherwise you risk dying. If you feel decently strong and or safe, then you can farm and push waves a little further up, to around here. Don't go past this somewhere around this wall. Obviously, this will be inverted when playing in other lanes or on the other side of the map. After pushing the waves in, you head back to mid and rejoin your team while the wave is on the enemy side of the map. And if you're feeling really strong and think that you can handle your own in the side lane, then you can actually push even more aggressively. This is known as split pushing, and it's definitely not a standard AD carry thing to do. We just wanted to cover that you can technically do whatever you want on the map, but this is a rarer thing to do on ADC. But rules are there to be broken. If you want to play aggressively, then we suggest our other AD carry guides to learn when and how to do it. Anyways, that's literally it for the basic ADC decision making. It's actually that easy in most games. You're usually just sitting in mid, waiting for things to happen, keep farming minion waves, and putting pressure by pushing waves. Make sure to press tab and keep an eye out for what objectives are spawning, and be in the area ready for those important team fights. And if your teammates aren't doing their jobs and picking up the waves in the other lanes, then you do that for them and then rejoin your team after. A final note to keep in mind as you go through this process is the uptime advantage we mentioned before this section. AD carries have effectively limitless damage and sustain after 1 or 2 items. A good
look at this
Now, while decision making is important for setting yourself up and getting stronger throughout a game, League of Legends is of course a PvP game. You will have to interact with the enemy team at some point, so let's talk about how to do that. We'll be honest, AD carry can definitely have its ups and downs. There will be countless games where another role will simply breathe on you and you'll instantly collapse and die. That being said, players generally underrate just how strong marksmen can be. ADC. Take a look at this AD carry. Her opponent is up 2 levels and is relatively strong, but she's still confident enough in her strength to camp this brush and look for a kill when he comes in close. Or this Varus, he's down 3 levels and is really weak versus a fed enemy member, but he still knows he can take this fight and scare his opponents away. ADC is seen as this frail role, but that's because most players develop a simple mindset that will help you win way more fights than before. Let's go back to our earlier point about uptime, as it's really critical here. In fights, every champion has a certain level of threat potential that they can dish out. Because you are an auto attack class though, your threat levels are actually pretty stable. Having an ability up or something may give you a bit more kill potential, but you will consistently have an average level of threat into most fights that you go into. Other roles, on the other hand, are way more spiky in fights in terms of their threat levels. Let's take a mage for example. Their initial threat is way higher than yours, but the second that they use all their abilities, their threat plummets to nearly 0. As they get to 1 or 2 abilities coming off cooldown, their threat goes back up a bit and continues spiking up and down as they use their spells. So your goal in any encounter, whether you're dueling someone, skirmishing, or teamfighting, is to play around those dips. And
isn't Lux kind of insane though with the super low uptime? I mean, super low downtime on the ults. It just really depends on how much mana you have, right? How much mana and how much mana regen. So each fight you can probably dish out 2 or 3 ults. Isn't that insane? Or are most mages like that?
Enemy champion's threat. As an ADC, you almost never have a dip in threat. You are always able to deal damage due to your range and auto attacks. So you just need to wait for those moments when an enemy champion's threat level is eventually lower than yours. This is a perfect example. Varus and his support are winning lane at the moment when they're eventually ganked by the enemy jungler. At the start, Varus immediately runs away because the enemy jungler is a mage. Her threat level is really high at the beginning of a fight, but he slowly dodges all 3 of her abilities, and a mage without any spells has basically 0 threat. So, although it's a 2v3 fight, Varus knows that it's temporarily become a fair 2v2. Instead of continuing to run, he turns around and goes extremely aggressive. His awareness of threat rewards him with a very favorable 3-for-1 trade. And threat is not just based on how much damage a champion can do, but on other factors like crowd control and gap closers. Let's imagine a melee champion like Jax on our threat graph. At this point, he uses his gap closer on one of your allies. His threat versus you is now effectively 0 since you're ranged and he's melee. That's a perfect period of time to freely hit him or his teammates. This is a very good example of this concept. During this fight, the enemy Gwen has Ghost active, making her really fast. Around the same time, the enemy Hecarim has his E active, which also makes him really fast. As a result, notice how carefully Sivir is positioning. Gap closers like dashes or movement speed buffs are a big threat. Once those spells are down, look how aggressively Sivir is posturing. She knows their threat levels are low, whereas hers are high. But when she sees Hecarim start to speed up again, look how careful she begins to be. Finally, when he uses all his spells on a teammate, Sivir moves up very aggressively and knows it's her time to shine now that the biggest threats are no longer an issue. Obviously, doing this properly sounds like it will require deep champion knowledge. Yes, there's no way around this, but most champions in this game are fairly similar. Mages are all spell reliant with decent cooldowns, so when you see a mage cast 2 to 3 different kind of spells, that's your time to go in. You don't need to know what they do most of the time, you just need to know they're on cooldown. And by the way, a decent beginner tip for this would be that during the early levels, most spells have around an 8 to 10 second window you can punish. Later into the game, that window goes down to about 4 to 5 seconds. This won't always be true, but it's pretty reliable if you have no idea what you're playing against. Likewise, most melee champions have 1 or maybe 2 gap closers. If you see them randomly dash to one of your teammates, it's usually a good sign to go in. Like this Sylas using his dash, that's a good sign for Jhin to try to be a bit aggressive. Then, a little later, the Sylas dashes again, that's a sign that he can go aggressive once more to finish off the kill. Alright, now let's move on to itemizing your champion. If you're completely new, then the recommended tab in the shop is actually better than many new players might think. Typically, the recommended items, talents, or similar systems are quite mediocre in most games, but League does a very good job of using stats to give you reliable recommendations on what to build. So, don't be afraid of pressing what you see here. That being said, you can look a little bit deeper into some stat websites like u.gg just to be sure. Just type the champion's name you're playing, and you'll get a wide variety of information that will be useful to your champion. As for an ADC specific tip we can give you, we want to remind you that your main goal as a class is to deal a lot of damage. You are the carry of your team, and you need to kill things. A very common mistake you'll see from AD carry players is building way too defensively. Being a bit tankier will not help you if you don't deal enough damage. Here's a simple rule to follow. Do not build defensive items until your 4th or 5th item. You really need to hit your core items, otherwise you're not going to deal enough damage. That being said, you can break this rule if you're ahead. When you're winning very hard, you already deal more than enough damage. Therefore, you can splurge on defense to preserve your lead. Alright, let's wrap this guide up with some important in-game settings that are specifically good for ADCs. If you're new to MOBAs, or just struggle auto-attacking in these types of games, there's usually a simple reason for it. Newer players tend to use the default keybind of right-clicking to input all of their actions. This can lead to frustration and misclicks. having to input where you want your champion to go and right-clicking the enemy you want to hit back and forth over and over will inevitably lead to mistakes and possibly losing your life due to a misplaced click. Here's an easy fix for that. First, go to your hotkeys in settings and look for player attack move click. A popular keybind for this is A, but whatever works for you is fine. What this will do when you press the bind is to make your champion auto attack whatever is closest to them. So you can now easily click where you want to go and attack at the same time without having to send your mouse flying all over the place accurately. The second big setting you'll want to find is under the game section. Here, you'll want to make sure that attack move on cursor box is checked. You'll inevitably run into the issue of your main target being surrounded by multiple other enemies. These can be minions or enemy champions. Let's say that you want to auto attack this dummy in the back. By normally using your attack move keybind, you'd obviously just auto attack the closest target to you, which is not what you want. Your auto attacks will be inconsistent and you'll not be able to focus fire properly. With this setting enabled though, your attack move will prioritize the target closest to your cursor. So you can click the ground near your intended target and your champion will auto attack whatever was nearest to the click. This makes kiting and hitting your intended target very easy. Instead of having to be super precise on your clicks, you can move your champion around and attack move somewhere near your priority target. There are of course more settings that you need, especially if you're a newer player, but we cover those way more in depth in our other guides. For ADCs though, these are by far the 2 best tips you could ever learn if you didn't know them already. And that's everything you need to know to start playing.
Okay, I mean, yeah, I think these are the 2 roles that I'm probably gonna be honing in on, because it is the 2 roles that I know the best in Dota. Occasionally, I like to play position 4. There was a time where when I grinded ranked, I played offlane, but that wasn't a good period. I mostly played carry. And because... So when I play Turbo, a lot of my friends don't really like playing mid. So I was just the one who took up the mantle and played mid instead. But I am mostly a carry or mid player. So I think it's whatever Dota knowledge that I have could probably apply to this. But we'll see. I have finished the tutorial. And I think it is a good time to probably hop into some bot games just to test out some heroes. There's so much shit here that I do not know what's going on. Being honest here, like is this like overthrow in Dota? I'm thinking like the best thing for me to do is probably play quick play eventually, just to learn what a lot of different heroes do. I don't need to get into regular games because I just want to see what happens in matches, right? Maybe that doesn't translate well to regular games. Maybe it's like the same in a Turbo where if you play quick play, it doesn't really translate well to normal game. But we'll see. What is this? Level up and earn rewards. I don't really want to... yeah, I'll play co-op versus AI. So let me do... Game capture, window capture... Why did it revert? I don't know where to put the camera, but we'll see. Beginner, intermediate. I think I'll do intermediate. And probably play Misfortune just because it's like the only thing I know. What are these? I can't pick roles too, so blind. So how do you actually... you can't pick roles, I guess. Experience points, challengers. So I guess you can't pick runes and stuff as well. What is this? What is this? Huh? Reveal mystery discounts on skins and champions. See something you like, but you should have picked it up. No money. I ain't paying for this. I think we're only getting blue crystals, right? These are paid crystals, which not happening. I'll try a beginner game first. I hoped you can queue with rolls, but apparently not. So just gotta make do with what we can do, I guess. Do people even queue against AI though? Why do I think that's not a thing? Kind of feels like no. Co-op bot versus AI. Yeah, they don't really. I'm not getting a game. I estimated 146. Okay, that's fine. I'll play some Lofi. Some Lofi. I'll try a beginner one first. If I do get if I don't do that bad, then I'll play intermediate. Long ass queue though. Oh, my arm. I've been kind of on and off sick for like the past week. The weather is so bad here. It just kept raining, like super big winds, super heavy rain for like 5-10 minutes at a time, and then the weather is completely hot. It felt like the rain was acting more like a steam bath for like the entire area that I live in, and it sucked. So a lot of people were actually getting sick, and apparently there's a TB outbreak here as well, which is weird. Praying that I don't get it, because that would suck. No one's queuing, bro. No one's queuing, bro. I don't know. What if I join like a League of Legends SCA Discord and I ask for someone to like be a tutor or something? I don't know. I suck at social interactions though, that's the thing. It's kind of one thing you have to note. Especially when you're streaming. I'm a bit awkward whenever there's people on my stream. If I'm solo, I can just say whatever the fuck I want to say, honestly. It's like, most of the time no one's watching anyway, so I don't have to worry about it that much. But this? Yeah. Dude, no one's queuing. Oh my god, finally. I have Caitlyn? I don't know how to play her though. I don't know what's what, so I'm just gonna pick what I know for now. If I do a next game, I'm gonna try to pick Caitlyn, I guess. I assume Caitlyn's an 80 carry as well. View abilities. I do not have Blink yet. What about runes? I don't know what's good. I'm just gonna leave it as is. That's it. So no one really, it doesn't really show rolls here. So I'm guessing we're not getting the roll bonuses as well in AI games. Me ears.
I've got a good feeling about this.
So what do you buy first?
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
I know what I'm doing.
Minions have spawned.
I don't know what. Did
You've
anyone
got
pick jungler in this
dangerous
game?
eyes. I like that.
Oh, bro already starting to fight.
First blood.
It seems like he already knows what he's doing, so
Set sail.
Oi, 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 oi. So aggressive. What the fuck? Okay, this is ass, dude. I can't last it.
Don't get cocky.
Okay, hugging towers. Haha.
Sure you can handle me?
I just shouldn't care, right? I should be farming. Like, this guy is
Bang.
okay, my attack speed is slow.
An enemy has been slain.
Not a problem.
Ass. Oh, so you get passive gold anyway, even if you can't last it. Okay, so he roots. Okay, that's insane. What I have? Eat the biscuit.
Step 2.
Fuck. Okay, I think this is difficult because we have someone who kind of knows what he's doing and it's not playing like the traditional. I have heal, I kind of forgot about it.
You've got dangerous eyes. I like that.
Okay, so mana. There's a lot shittier as well. I have ult. I should have used ult. Brain. That sucked. That is a skill. The fuck? So he becomes a ghost. Kinda. Why is this a thing? Consuming or selling a biscuit permanently increases health.
Unstoppable.
What this?
Don't get cocky. Step 2.
Getting the fuck out of the way.
Not a problem.
Like I wanna go? Just becomes a ghost when he dies. I should probably go back and buy items.
An enemy has been slain.
Set sail.
Legendary.
I should have probably placed something here, I think.
Double kill.
No play, no pay.
Ow. Okay, my skill range is low. Maybe I can ult and kill him, but I don't know. Not dead. Guess I'm going home.
I know what I'm doing.
Hmm. So this guy's ult is pretty long cooldown.
Killing spree. Legendary.
Ow.
Legendary.
Don't get cocky.
Okay. They turn enemy units against you. They turn your own units against you, I mean.
Not a problem.
Motherfuck you, man. The hell is that? That looks a jungle creep.
Step 2.
Rampage. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. Legendary.
like these games, I don't think it's gonna help me. I'ma be real, cause there's just people who really know their shit and they're kinda owning. So I don't know
You've got dangerous size. I
what the
like that.
traditional experience of a game is gonna be like.
Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
I've got a good feeling about this.
What is that? It's gonna kaboom? Is it gonna explode? It is.
Sure you can handle me, summoner?
Oh, it hits creeps. Three of them.
I know what I'm doing.
I know this is a good place, but I'm just putting it. I don't even know what I'm doing.
An enemy has been slain.
Don't get cocky.
Slain an enemy. Your team
Not
has
even sure if
destroyed
it's
a
worth.
turret. An enemy has been slain.
Or if I should just save my ults for team fights.
Not a problem.
Been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Step 2.
Killing spree.
I'm still definitely clueless on what the fuck is happening.
Has destroyed a turret. Draw blood. Shut down. An ally has been slain. Legendary. Double kill. Killing spree.
Yeah, no fucking clue. Not learning at all. Not learning at all.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
They coming. They do be coming. Blue buff.
Summoner.
Go for that guy. Oh, why is this so weird? Okay. I'm not used to using center
Don't
panning.
get cocky.
Your team has
I definitely should buy items, but you know. You thought I missed? No. It was intimidation. You have nowhere to run. The hell?
has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain.
I don't know what the hell is happening.
An enemy has been slain.
I've got a
I
good
learned.
feeling about this.
You can double click. But like I'm just following the guides without even knowing what item does what. So maybe I should be taking the time to read. I didn't even do shit there. I didn't hold. Ow. 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 I guess fountain works like that. I don't know. I don't think I learned shit. Because I was pretty much playing without a support, so... kinda hard to gauge. 2 missions completed, 149 missions added. Jesus Christ. I'll pick the hot one.
I'm on the case.
Feels good, man. BXP. What is this? Oh. In co-op, different champions. Get kills in co-op such as AI games. It's kind of hard when people know what the fuck they're doing. This is kind of difficult, man. Like, I didn't even do shit that entire game, bro. I don't even know what I'm doing. Well, you know... I tried to farm. It's kind of difficult. With 2 guys in my lane and just me. What is this? Oh, the free pass. Okay. I need to look at what Caitlyn does. So, okay, what do you do? Abilities. What's master? What is this? I have no clue. Eternals? No idea. There's a lot of stuff happening with the UI. There's so much things to press that I don't even know what the hell's happening. I'll queue for a game. And I'll read at the same time, I guess. Every few basic attacks against the target she has trapped or netted, Caitlyn will fire a headshot, dealing bonus damage. Skills are a crit strike chance. On trapped or netted targets, headshot attack range is double. Revs up her rifle, 1 second reach a penetrating shot that deals physical damage. So power shot from Windrunner. A Ranger. Caitlyn sets up a trap when sprung, reveals and immobilizes enemies for 0.5 seconds, granting empowered headshot. Isn't this kinda hard to hit? Unless you could place it in an AoE. Fires heavy net to slow target. The recoil knocks her back. Can be kind of used as an escape as well. Takes time to line up the perfect shot, dealing massive damage to a single target at a huge range. Can intercept bullets, so it's kind of like Hoodwink ult. What the hell, man? Wait, so is this? I know it can intercept, but is it like a target spell or is it a skill shot? That's no idea. No idea. So you can just use this and keep normal attacking them. And this is like a way to make people miss their skill shots too, right? So she doesn't have, unless these do damage, she doesn't have a lot of damage dealing skills. It's just her normal attack basically. Okay, interesting. Who should I buy though? That's what I want to know. I think who was it? Mel? She seemed pretty fun. How do I 3150? It's pretty expensive. I don't know if I just buy it directly. Or if I just wait. Maybe if I cause I know you can get shards, right? I've seen the I've seen that one video of someone saying that you probably need like close to a year to unlock almost everyone. Definitely not buying this. Oh. Unlock a new champion daily. Oh, I could just pick. Take down competition marksman champion of your choice. So how do I like winning AI matches just count, I guess? I don't know who I'm picking. I don't know who I'm picking. Ooh. Skin.
I'm on the case.
This close. I closed music. So, what did they say about the UI? I should close this to like 50. And minimap. It said minimap to 50 as well, right? I don't know. I can't change this. Hell, I think even the AI is a bit tough. AI seems a bit tough. I don't know. Swain.
My duty is to protect the citizens of Piltover, and I will see that through.
Lethality. Serrated Dirk. I'll just buy it. Did I buy this? I'll buy this.
Welcome to
Me
Summoner's
miss?
Rift.
Not by a long shot.
Every skill, huh?
Minions have spawned.
So they did say that sentries or control wards, there's only one.
Hot on the trail.
I wonder if I should put it here, but this is like a very obvious spot, right? Like, people are just gonna deward this if they know.
Crime is common. Logic is rare.
Another one of these. It's another one of these games, bro.
End with you behind bars. Stay out of my way.
You stupid!
And so it begins.
So that shit delays.
As expected.
An enemy has been slain.
Oh, that's fucked.
I cannot afford
Oh, that's
to
fucked.
falter.
A little bit too early. Cause I still have that Dota mindset where they can deny my creeps. Isn't this just easy?
Tea time's over.
Over.
Freeze.
I'm dead. I thought I had this. At least I can buy shit. Attack speed? Boots give
back on
attack
the
speed?
case,
What the
and
fuck?
this time I will not fail.
I look at this and I'm thinking I'm looking at a cake.
I do love a good mystery.
Whoa. Should've trapped them.
Drop your weapons. Not so close. By the book.
Well, that's fast. So my ward got dewarded, I'm assuming.
I much prefer this to desk duty.
Oh, that's fucked. Oh, that's fucked.
It's my business to know what others do not.
That test my ult. Okay, I want to test my ult. Line up the perfect shot, fires.
The heart of Piltover is its people.
So I basically can kill the casters pretty soon.
An enemy has been slain.
Steady. I never miss.
Ally has been slain.
Take back what's ours.
Aw.
So bad that I...
Click. Wait, how many people bought? The fuck?
It seems I may
Oh,
have
buy
new
items.
suspects.
I don't know what I need. Dragon has spawned. Okay, this game definitely lot more people who don't know what we're doing.
Always maintain a
I'm not gonna say
fortune
there.
command.
I'm gonna say we're. I can finally hit creeps now, feels good.
You won't escape.
That sucks.
The law bends for no one.
Ooh, that's not good. Ooh, that's not good.
Shut down.
Someone called for a
An
shot.
enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
So it is kind of like a sniper ulti still, but I think people can block it. What the hell was that?
Let's investigate.
Is he winning?
Target marked. Immaculate.
An ally has been slain. Your team has
I
destroyed
tried.
a turret.
Oh, Yordle. How cute.
Okay, this is what creep equilibrium. I use this here. It ignores collision with other units.
To win, and my aim is perfect.
What the fuck happened? What the fuck happened?
Even the smallest clue.
No, I suck there. What even happened, dude? I need to know what this guy does. How do I know what this guy does?
Slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
I can't read his skills from
A true
here.
professional is
Can I?
always aware of her surroundings.
I can buy items. Fuck.
Let's crack this case wide open.
Did it die? Thank you.
Has been slain.
There's a bro coming. That bro is tough.
I'll have this finished before tea time.
Get away from me.
No stone left unturned.
Shut down.
Let's wrap this up.
Holy, that was...
No matter the situation.
Okay, he
good
turns the entire map dark.
always remains calm.
Shut down.
Whole map goes black.
This is where you yield.
Killing spree. An ally has been slain.
Ease.
An enemy has been slain.
So, it is come to this.
Your team has destroyed a turret. enemy has been slain.
Laws mean nothing when they fail to protect the public.
So that guy is kinda hard to kill unless you have distance on him.
Let's do this by the book.
Do we go for this? We could.
I'm not here to sell. I'm here to protect.
We could definitely go for it. They're a little bit bloodthirsty. What is this? Oh, HP. Oh, I can't kill this. Ain't no way.
Unstoppable.
That is insane. That is.
You cannot outrun your crime.
Has been destroyed.
But towers don't. You don't even care about towers.
An ally has been slain.
I love a good chase.
She could lifesteal next.
Shut down.
Taking aim.
Oh my god. Two ults lining up on his face.
Never a dull moment.
I don't know if the places I'm putting is a place I should be putting, but I'm putting. I didn't even do shit that fight, I feel. I do like the net a lot more than I like the a lot more than I like the trap. There's more towers here.
One must never start an investigation without first examining the evidence.
Holy! Feels like Dota. They're coming here one by one. It does feel like Dota.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
items.
I much prefer this to desk duty.
The fuck? Lot of people there. Lot of people there.
It's my business to know what others can
Put a ward here.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Up for a showdown?
An enemy has been slain.
They already put it.
I aim to win.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Securing the perimeter.
I'm leaving. Buying shit. Life still seems good.
The heart of Piltover is its people.
Don't
Shut down.
know if the order of me buying things like this is right, but
Shut down.
Always maintain a proper chain of command. The law bends for no one.
okay, I'm missing everything. If I A attack, does it work? That does no damage. Just like sniper ult after a certain period of time.
Someone called for a sheriff.
Ah. How much is this? It doesn't. I don't know if it's scaling well, but 1000 damage, true sight. It's basically just sniper ult. Is he dead?
Double kill.
Even the smallest clue can break a case.
Can they destroy the traps?
A true professional is always aware of her surroundings.
The hell?
Target marked. Immaculate.
I tried. I tried.
Suspect engaged.
I don't feel like a carry. I feel like a support.
Let's crack this case wide open.
It's a sniper ult with super long cooldown. things just happened. Holy fuck. Okay, that tower was infected. The fuck is you?
Your team has destroyed
Well.
a turret. An ally has been slain.
Die!
Godlike.
Successfully KS'd. Feels good, man.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Ooh.
Stone left unturned.
Aced.
I don't know what's happening. I don't know what will be happening.
Let's do this by the book.
Sudden death? What is sudden death? What that?
Double kill.
It's too dark.
I'm not here to serve. I'm here to protect.
It's too dark, man.
Such a waste.
Has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret.
What the fuck is his HP?
Slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
I don't think that guy dies. He blocked it for him. So that's what it is. They can't destroy the things.
I love a good chase.
I'm so dead.
Ally has been slain.
I'm so dead. I'm so not dead. Why would he channel in base? Is that a new tech? What is this? Oh,
Me, miss? Not by a long shot.
do I just not buy any other items? Because I can't. I could buy this.
Hot on the trail.
Can't see! I got you in my sight.
Steady. I never leave.
Nice.
Think again.
I can't see!
Your turret has been destroyed.
This is my desert.
Rampage.
That's the thing that can happen. I don't even know.
Victory.
So yeah, this character definitely It feels like sniper without the damage. Or maybe it's just because I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I think the later the game went, I kind of figured out how you play her, kinda. But my item sequencing is definitely... no idea what is happening. "28 assists, bro. What the fuck?" It's not bad. It's 52k. Hey. For a bot game that I'm not soloing, kind of feels nice. I don't think I can get this yet, right? It's daily. So I gotta wait for that. What is this? Claim? Feels good, man. More currency. Sanctum. Sanctum is home to exalted skins. I probably am not gonna look at this yet. I'm just gonna... give me a sec. Probably play more bot games because I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Do I raise the difficulty to intermediate though? If I meet people that I don't know, if I meet people that also don't know what they're doing, that's lovely. But usually there are people who just own. And that kinda sucks, not gonna lie. Also, just oh, it's already intermediate. What the fuck? Who do I have? I need to play different champions, right? I could unlock, but what is the best way to unlock skin? I'm not unlock champions. No, definitely not this. I ain't buying any of this. Nope. I don't know if I should. Does it cost this and this, or does it only cost this? I'm curious. Ain't no way. This is like a temporary dopamine hit, and then when it goes away, you're like, ah. Let me look. Best way to unlock Champions League. Let me look at this real quick.
Hey, it's Second. In this video, I'll cover the fastest way to unlock new champions. Simply head over to the loot tab and collect as many of the event tokens as possible through the completion of missions. Then head down to the champion shards and craft these. This is by far the most efficient way to get new champions. I hope this was helpful, and
I have no idea what the fuck he just said. Champions, best elo. Fastest way to level up. I guess leveling up is the best way to unlock champions, right? 9 months ago.
Alright, what is up everyone? In this video I'm going to show you guys how to buy new champions in League of Legends. This video helps you guys out. Leave a like and comment for the algorithm. But on the home page here, what you're going to do is you're going to go to the store, and then what you're going to do is you are going to filter by champions. After you go to champions, you're going to see all of the champions that you have unowned. You can filter by owned as well. See all the ones that you have. Let's say I need Yunara.
Oh, you can just
I'm just going to spend a blue essence on her, just like that. But yeah, that is how to.
Okay, I get it. So it takes one or the other. But are any of these what I want to play? I don't know. I don't know. She's hot. I like hot. So I'll say this. How I play Dota, or how I'm gonna approach League, is probably similar to how I'm playing Dota, or how I used to play Dota. It is also similar to how I play gacha games. Basically, if I find a character to be hot, I'm gonna wanna have him. I don't really care about what they do or how good they are. Maybe they're bad for the meta, maybe they're not even in my role. Just kinda wanna have them. That's just how it is. But how often do these reset? That's what I want to know. How often do these reset? These are weeks. These are weeks. Most popular. These don't really say. But it's 60% off. So do I let me look at what Camille does in this game. Jesus Christ, what the what the hell is the first picture? Holy shit. Playing the top lane. Ah, fuck. Ah, fuck. This is like Crystal Maiden, bro. What the hell? I wish there were more of these. I don't know how often they reset though. But it doesn't matter right now, I guess. I just need to level. But I also need to see. What is this? Oh, it's the battle pass. I need to know how I'm gonna get more discounts. Not these. There's no blue crystal discounts. Arena, season pandemonium. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is. Like an in-house league or something? Oh, it's a tournament. Okay. Vein searches for an old friend near the Wildwoods in a place she used to visit as a child. Experience the comic and get 200 something. This is EXP, I guess. EXP. I'm probably gonna do this offline or tomorrow. That's cool as shit though. What even? Why even? Did it refresh? Did stuff refresh? Check your loot tab to claim rewards. What is a loot tab? Where is the loot tab? Requires hextech key to open, so definitely not getting this because I can't buy a key unless I can buy a key for free. No. No such thing. We're looking at sci-fi skins. These are cool. I definitely not playing rank yet. Holy. I haven't even finished my 5 AI games. Can't get anything. It's kind of sad. So this doesn't. I don't know what the daily reset. Do shops refresh daily? That's what I want to know. Mythic shops and daily items refresh regularly. Daily sections such as accessories refresh on a 24-hour cycle. What shop is this? It's most popular. It doesn't say. Oh, what is this? 3 games of ARAM, get 25 champions. How? When does this reset? I guess just keep playing games basically. Win 2 games? I already won 2 games. Matchmade games only, I won 2 games. You get the Hextech chest, but you don't get the keys. So what is the point exactly? Oh, you get a key as well. Honorable, so it comes with the chest. Earn... how? What does this mean? Ten games of arena? Just an icon. New player? As a teamwork, destroy 10 towers? What? I thought I did it! Play a game of non-ranked Summoners Rift PvP? I'll play a few more bot games, I guess. I don't know who I'm playing as, but what else do I have? Champion? Darius. What? So I need a list of people I can play either on mid or on ADC. I'll probably just Google it eventually. Maybe by tomorrow. Definitely play more tomorrow. Maybe some random pub games as well, because I need to know what the hell I'm doing. But I also need to just get used to the gameplay first. So playing bot games is pretty nice. June 3rd, so it's a month. Not buying any of it, dude. I just want to know when this resets. Not this. Most popular shop. League. Huh? I don't get it. Every 3 to 4. So this is not something that happens often. Apparently. Should I buy discounted champions in your shop? is generally not recommended if you are spending RP. So this is RP. So I'm using BE. Can someone explain how your shop works? 99% of my games so he's a one-trick guy. Only skin I'm missing. I don't care about your skins. Legendary your shops only appear roughly once a year. The current your shop is a legendary one. What? Skins that will go on sale during the period are immune to appearing in your shop. Non-legacy skins are prioritized, one skin per champion. They tend to choose champions similar to champions you play a lot. They don't even know what I play. I just wanna know when I should be buying a champion. there's a comment. Basically, they read your mind and look for which skins you least want, and then give you those. I am probably never paying for skins, dude. Don't really care for it. If it's good to have, don't get me wrong. If you can afford it, sure, go ahead. But not for me. Generally not the most efficient use of your resources. You need specific champions to play ranked or fill out your role. Buying them directly with BE is fine. The discount is huge. If a champion you truly want is highly discounted, it can be worth it to skip the RNG of shards. But how long am I queuing? I mean, it's midnight, but still. Save for the Essence Emporium. I should look for best way to use BE. Point to what is a Blue Essence Emporium? I just want to know the most efficient way to use Blue Essence. What is the Blue Essence Emporium though? I guess we don't have it right now. If it is, it'd probably be somewhere here, right? I don't know. Brother. I have not... Yeah, fucking bullshit. I thought I was finding. Okay, Lynn again.
I'm on the case.
Mobalytics? I mean, it's called Mobalytics, but you know. Who are some really good? Surprisingly, Misfortune and Caitlyn are S rank, which is
Overlook the rust beneath the gilding, but I'm
surprising.
to detail.
A summoner has disconnected.
That's lovely.
A summoner has reconnected. Welcome to
They cannot
Summoner's
run
Rift.
from the long arm of the law, nor from the scope of my rifle.
Minions have spawned.
It's understandable why she needs all three skills. The third one does help you a lot. The second one, I still don't know how you hit it. Steps on it for 1.5 seconds is insane though, isn't it?
The heart of Piltover is its people.
Maybe you stun someone, you wait for someone to get stunned and then... or slowed. Why am I trying to body block creeps? Wait for someone to get stunned or slowed and then you...
I have all the evidence I need. Cheers. Excellent stuff. Much appreciated.
First blood.
The fuck?
The law bends for no one.
They're gone.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
I do love a good mystery.
Aww. How the fuck did I kill? What the fuck? Yeah.
Fancy a treat? Got you.
Come back here.
By the book. Such a waste.
I don't even know what happened. But sure.
Shut down.
No. No.
An enemy has been slain.
I'm on the job.
What is he doing?
Has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Don't touch me. Don't you touch me.
In my sights.
Rampage.
Guilty as charged.
An enemy has been slain.
I'm leaving.
Do not disturb the crime scene until I return.
Killing spree.
I got this first. Pop that.
Crime is common. Logic is rare.
Killing spree.
I don't even know how I'm killing this man.
An ally has been slain.
It's not like my build is any different. Why does Sona die again?
Let's wrap this up.
Rampage.
Suspect engaged. Think again.
Unstoppable.
Boom. Headshot. It's my business to know what others do not.
Okay.
I cannot afford to falter.
Shut down.
I much prefer this to desk duty.
An enemy has been
That
slain.
sound is so scary.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Steady.
Double kill. Unstoppable.
I would have preferred you in cuffs. Brilliant.
Rampage.
Got them in my sights.
What is you thinking? What is you doing?
Excellent shot.
Dominating.
So, it has come to this.
Almost. Oh, yo.
I'll make this quick.
Sure.
3 times
That's the thing
over.
that can happen.
Your team has destroyed.
Preferably, I would want my ult, but there's two guys here.
destroyed a turret.
I will not tolerate this.
Destroyed a turret.
Oh, thank you.
Not so close. Taking in.
Rampage.
Exemplary.
Did he not die?
An ally has been slain. Unstoppable.
Good.
An enemy has been slain.
No more cat and mouse. As expected.
Unstoppable.
I'm leaving.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Oh, look at that skin. He knows what he's doing. Guess I'll go for this.
No stone left
It's
unturned.
close.
Dominating.
Just need like one more item. Let's just go kill the jungle real quick.
Double kill.
No hesitation. Boom. Headshot.
Do people do this?
Someone called for a sheriff.
I mean, I guess people generally would just
An enemy has been
farm out the
slain.
item and then go back, but I was super low, so I didn't want to risk it.
Dominating.
I must always be 3 steps ahead.
God damn.
Godlike.
Let's do this by the book.
Killing spree.
I don't even know anymore.
Legendary. Double kill. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Oh.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Oh, they're so fast.
Legendary. Double kill.
He did. Never mind.
Target marked. I never miss. As expected. Ah, the sweet smell.
What the fuck even is this hero?
Your team has destroyed
This champion, this whatever. He did.
legendary.
Open and shut.
Double kill.
On to the next.
Any free kills?
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. An even legendary. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Am I dead? I'm so dead. If I had Blink there, maybe I'd survive, but it's a little bit loud. Little bit loud. Why is it 100% in here?
Victory.
The client has different sounds than the game. I mean, I guess, right? Since I need the honor points anyway. Didn't even level. Wait, I did. Did I? Five AI games. So much damage. Except this guy. I don't know what the fuck this guy. Holy. He basically just like 1v3 or something. I don't even know. I don't even know how that game went that well, but it did. I'll do Misfortune again. I'll finish the 5 AI games today. Then I gotta go. I also gotta figure out how to fucking... What is that? Oh. Free champ. But it's a lolly. No thanks. I'm good, bro. Misfortune?
Fortune doesn't favor fools.
I still don't have Blink yet. So I'm not. Oh. That's Ghost though. A flash, not Blink. And it's fine. I wish I knew what I was doing. that would be helpful. I'm basically just clicking random shit and hoping people die. And they do, which is nice. Main objective is to definitely get Flash, because otherwise, what even is the point? But I'm kinda wondering. Besides Flash, what do I even take? Grab this, I guess.
You've got dangerous eyes. I like that.
Holy lag.
To Summoner's Rift. Minions have spawned.
As with her, you need to keep alternating, right?
Sail.
She attacks a new target, so you gotta just keep switching targets. Not that I
Not
need
a
to.
problem.
You just attack the same guy just fine. Okay, this is another one of these situations where I'm left down here with
Sure you can handle me?
First blood.
fuck you.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Slain an enemy.
He has flash and I don't. Come on, man.
I've got a good feeling about this.
An enemy has been slain.
Ow.
I know what I'm doing.
Why you no dead?
Step 2. The fun begins.
I should definitely turn that thing off. The auto, the last hit assist thing, I guess.
Enemy has been slain.
Holy, how many freaking people are here? Jesus Christ.
You've got dangerous eyes. I like that.
If I had that skill, he would have been dead. Also, he heals.
Nothing but powder monkeys.
Killing spree.
Sure you can handle me, Summoner?
Uy, yo. Aw.
Guns blazing.
I wish I could deny, man. Looking at all these creeps with the low ass HP. Oh man.
An enemy has been slain.
Aw.
Rampage.
should go back. But greed.
An enemy has been slain.
Yeah, you can just kill, it's fine. Going home.
Killing spree.
I've got a good feeling about this.
I'm so slow. Oh, they can. Wow, they can just kill in. I mean, he's owning. So. The hell? The hell? The hell? The hell? What am I listening to?
Enemy has been slain. Killing spree. Rampage.
Rampage.
Sure you can handle me, Summoner?
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret.
That's monies. I guess it's really easy to get
No prey?
a lot of money. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Don't get caught.
I definitely fucked up there because I just kept right clicking and moving. So.
Not a problem.
Gotta remind myself that it's okay to just A click. A attack.
Unstoppable. Your team has destroyed a turret.
I know what I'm doing.
Dominating.
Oh. Woman. Woman gone. Woman here.
I've got a good feeling about this.
Sure. Sure. Oh, what the fuck? Sure. Whoa. Help me!
Step two.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Who needs helping?
Sure you can handle me, Summoner?
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Bruh. Is he just fucked because he... Oh, he can... Oh... That is also a Dota thing.
Don't get cocky.
probably shouldn't. Probably should go buy items.
Not a problem.
Holy moly! Oh. Help! What the fuck?
You've got dangerous eyes. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Oh, it's 5. I keep pressing 4. Jesus Christ, these damage.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Brother? Brother? I'm going home.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Double kill. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
I should definitely look up the build guides to see who goes what first. 'Cause otherwise I'm just buying shit that I don't know if it's useful or not.
Legendary. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Unstoppable.
Who taught you this?
Your team has destroyed a turret. Has destroyed a turret.
Huh? Oh, it's the illusion.
Victory.
I don't know if I'm playing well. That's the thing. Healer dude's playing really well. Like, helped me a lot. But otherwise, I don't even know what I'm doing. Seven feels good, man. I can flash now. I got the 5, right? Or is it 4? Might be 4 right now. 4 bot games. So I see it. I said 100 minions, spend 10,000 gold. These are probably really easy. Eventually I'll do this. Probably not now though. $175 points by playing games. Whatever that means. BXP is it this? Or is it the Battle Pass XP? I don't even know. I have no clue. I'll do one more game. One last. I wish there was a harder bot, but it is what it is. I don't know where Miss Fortune's damage comes from. I know where Caitlyn's damage comes from. Comes from the headshots. So you need to constantly be attacking. If you trap someone, not the if you net someone, your headshots become pretty painful. But the trap, I don't know how you even land it. I'm guessing someone needs to be stunned and you're just chain stunning on them. Because ain't no way they're standing on the same spot for like 1.5 seconds or so. Gotta think about that. I'll do Miss Fortune again. I need to figure out what to do. Oh, so people buy the Boots of Swiftness anyway. I've been buying the other one. Okay. I'm looking. I can switch this. I think this is fine, right? Wait. What? I thought I have it. The hell? Whatever. It's fine. The hell is Lupo doing here? You know it's bad when I'm the only one with freaking default skin. Why are these guys playing bots, bro? Warming up, I guess? Ain't no way. I definitely need to figure out what I'm doing. Because right now I still think I kinda don't have a clue. I guess the only timers that I know is whenever people start calling for it. If they call for it, then I can join them, but I'm not gonna be the one who makes the initiative and be like, yeah, we can do it. I don't know if we can do it. We literally just saw someone who's like level 5 and level 6 solo one of the, like, duo one of the dragons, so I'm still completely clueless on what it is. Completely clueless.
Don't get cocky.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Sure you can handle me, summoner?
So generally you would want all skills, just because you have more versatility, I guess. Maybe this is like
Step 2.
I mean, this is like quick play, right? Because you start at level 3. It's fucking Invoker, mate. Ow. Why do they hurt so bad?
I know what I'm doing.
I'm so dead. I was looking at them.
Has been slain.
He's dead though, right? Unless he runs away.
Set sail.
I'm curious why I couldn't get my blink into the game though.
You've got dangerous eyes.
My flash.
Like that.
Slain an enemy. Shut down.
I guess I did something.
An ally has been slain.
Give me the second. You fucking
Don't
asshole.
get cocky.
It's one drop away for the monies. What do you want to do?
Sure you can handle me, summoner?
What do you want to do? What the hell? I'm going home.
An enemy has been slain.
Imagine if he just comes through here.
Step 2.
I don't know if this is a good idea buying boots this early.
An enemy has
I
been slain.
I think people don't typically do this. Ideally, you would want to go for damage first, right?
Good feeling about this.
Killing spree.
Set sail.
Why do I keep having the biscuit?
Guns blazing.
Oh, that's quite a dangerous place to TP. I fucked up! I fucked up my ult! I keep having to hold it. I have to remember to hold it. Fucking bullshit.
You've got dangerous eyes. I like that.
I should buy shit. Oh, are they contesting? What the hell?
An enemy has been slain.
I know what I'm doing.
this is ass. Oh, this is ass. Oh, this is ass.
I wouldn't do that.
Kill him! What the fuck?
Don't get cocky.
I don't know if he could, but
Well, look at you.
Handle me, summoner.
Lose the pep. An enemy has been slain. Enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. Double kill.
that worked.
Set sail.
An enemy has
It always feels like I whiff my first ult, because I keep forgetting that I need to hold it. The hell are you doing? The hell am I doing? That was a thing.
killing spree.
I know what I'm doing.
Holy crap. I don't have shit, so this is not that good of a place to be. Someone shows up, I'm just dead. Any pots?
Has been slain.
Any pots?
Ally has been slain.
I can't. I don't have ult. Going home. Should probably buy lifesteal. I even do remember what lifesteal is. Yes.
Don't get cocky.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
I've got a good feeling about this.
An enemy has been slain.
Why is he just AFK?
Unstoppable.
The hell? I thought the bots are better than this.
Killing spree.
Summoner.
An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Set sail.
So
Your team has destroyed a turret.
what the fuck? Okay, that cancels.
An enemy has been slain.
Fine.
Team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Damn, that was unlucky. I did.
Step 2. You got dangerous eyes. I like that.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
I'm curious, so why are these people playing bots? They just feel like playing bots, I guess. Aw. Haha. But my ult is cooldowning. What did I even do? I don't even know what I did there. Guess I just right-clicked them to death. That was something that can happen. What is this? Ew. I can see this game being fun, but at the same time the learning curve is just so much. Even just looking at the client, right? I know people have said that the League of Legends client is one of the probably one of the worst clients you will ever see, but we'll get there when we get there, I guess. I don't need to really care about any of these right now. Mainly what I need to give a shit about is just getting good. But there's just so many champions that I don't recognize that it's kinda... Especially with the skins, right? It's just so hard to recognize who's who unless you actually look at the names. And I'm really bad with names, unfortunately. The only champions that I really get the hang of is champions that I use. So maybe I should just start playing bots and using more varieties instead of just spamming the ones over and over again. Even the ones that I'm using over and over again, it's not like I'm good at them. I need to actually play with players to know how they're actually played. But yeah, for now I think I'll call it. I will continue more tomorrow. I won't stream at night. I'll probably stream in the afternoons if I can. Yeah, or in the mornings, but mornings are a little bit rough. So we'll see. Tomorrow I will go to sleep. But yes, thank you guys for watching. Hope you all have a wonderful day. Gotta just keep learning this, I guess. It's day 1. It's day 0, kinda. I haven't even played a single queue against people. I've played a queue with people. But yeah, thank you guys for watching. Hope you all have a wonderful day. And peace.